Oh, hey!
Right.
Yeah!
All right.
Hi, DJT.
Yeah!
Not the voice clip I would pick for that, but sure. Lo and behold, the merchants demand the rights to trade, and are primarily concerned with losing trade to the nearby region, which just opened trade recently, too.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
So she wants to trade. He wants to get rid of the execution plaza. But why? It's a part of our history. Don't you want to retain your history?
Looks like we get to sleep with a roof over our heads.
What was that? Oh, that's the accessory guy. Okay.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
Why no? Just shoved it somewhere else. I like it. Out of sight, out of mind. And that way we can still execute people when we need to. Like Canada Bangs. Alright. Into the execution plaza, Canada Bangs.
Yeah!
You're the guy who helped to liberate Caligula. That was impressive stuff. I wonder what the people I ratted out on are going to do to me. Drive me out of here? Maybe lynch me? I wouldn't blame them. I thought you had parents. Yeah, they're dead.
Hey.
Oh, that's rather casual. Live for myself instead of others? Easy for you to say. You're a hero. Interesting. Yeah, tell me about it, Robostal. Can we just get this winter imported in here, please? I'm so hot I might have to take off the coat today. You can tell it's hot when I have to go to that level. So they want to trade.
Everything?
Yeah, let's report back to Bregan.
Get rid of the execution plaza, or rather the execution stand, and get rid of the prison. Do I like sushi, Canada Banks? Did you Did you know I have an entire tag on my website called sushi? For the review system.
I see. All right. Hmm?
Got it.
Oh, now we get to go fight the boss. Let's go fight the boss then, by which I mean let's save. Well, you never had sushi flavored soap? It's delicious! You have to work really hard to not eat it, but, you know, God, sometimes it's just worth it. Yeah, it's weird. It's almost like summer's getting worse, Canada Waste. Hazardous.
What?
Huh? That ain't funny.
So this guy is hiding in the prison because he's afraid of retribution for having been a snitch. His response is, I only turned to the men before they did the same thing to me. It was self-defense. I shouldn't be punished for that, should I? I can't just hand myself to him on a plate. They'll kill me as soon as spit on me. No village will take in a total stranger. It's so cold outside the capital, no way I could survive. So you're gonna live in fear hiding underground?
What'd you say?
Shut up. Remind me of that older guy they broadcast before getting executed. He talked a lot like you. I remember urging people not to be like him, turn themselves around when they had time. I wouldn't be in this mess if I could. Ask yourself what it is you couldn't bear to lose, and hold on and never let go. Ah, damn it. Why'd you have to go and sound like that rebel? Now I gotta get my sorry ass moving again. Do you think I could really start over? Fine. I'm gonna go die. BRB.
Zephyr's words got through to him.
Of course they did.
He risked his life to say were worth it in the end.
I just hope he got through to others, too.
It might take some time.
God damn it, I have an itch in a really weird spot, and I can't reach it. Oh my god. Okay, hold up. Ah! Ah! Okay, and then up the shirt. That's... Ah! There, right there. Ah! It's like too far up to just reach from the bottom, but too far down to reach from the top. And it was being covered by both outfits. The coat and the shirt. Okay. Cool. Cool. Yeah, if you ever wondered what irritating game mechanics look like, there you go. Oh, I probably should have saved before doing this. Whatever, time to die. Oh, wait, hang on. I can say no. I get a load screen for some reason. Save. Save. Level 21.
This one's tough.
We are not level 21.
Try harder! Not that's it!
The flashing part is their weak point.
Saw that.
He's now in the healing arc. Get out in there with the others. Hear me! Give us fury! Burning strong!
That's right! Big flash! You're mine!
I'll be saving you. Light astral energy!
Ignite!
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
Hands in the wind!
Here I come! First strike! I'll smash you! Swallow blade! Dragon swarm! Eat this!
Hear me! Flame of lightning! Let's go!
Go away!
They're not playing around! More for the side!
Take this! Go away!
Sleep now!
Here I come!
I'll hear me! Flame of fury!
Try harder! Dragon swarm! Take this! It's finished!
Let's do it!
Dragon swarm! Swallow blade!
This one's mine!
Dragon swarm! First strike! Talon swarm! This one's all mine! Big blast!
Hear me! Flame of
You're
fury!
mine!
Burning
Dragon swarm! First strike! Burn! Falling behind! Looks like this one's mine! Like hell it is! Go away!
One more! Amazing!
Take this!
I'm out of ammo!
I'm on it!
Arch shield!
Last second does it! Take this! Eat this over!
I do!
Swallow blade!
Raging capsule!
Dragon swarm! Remove!
Astral energy!
Say no more! I think I'm getting stronger.
Oh yeah? Think you could beat me at arm wrestling?
When have I not beaten you?
Right. I'll just go on ahead then.
Have I ever lost to you at arm wrestling, kid? No offense or nothing, but I don't think I like that semi-auto mode. We're just gonna change that back to full manual. It keeps fighting me on the movement. Oh, I just have it. I remember a room that was missing a key, but let's roam for a bit, see if we can find it. Nope, not down here. I mean, sure, if you just want to tell me, go ahead. If you know where it is. If you don't, don't worry about it. I'll find it. Office. Ah, I remember what that is. Oh my god, the armor's gone! Interesting. Not very useful right now, but interesting. Story so far? I mean, it's okay, I guess. Wow, Hazardous. Guess my my invasive programming to enforce myself as the only streamer finally worked.
I see. Right.
Hey,
I mean, there's plenty of good streamers out there. The irony is it would probably be really easy to fleece the bad streamers. Start with all the very popular ones, Most of those suck. The only reason I say most is because I don't know if there's a good one. There might be, somewhere. Probably isn't, if we're being honest. But, there might be a good one somewhere. Maybe. Actually finished our first thing, and it's on Rinwell of all people. Thank you, Lord Harrimont, very awesomely. By which I mean you're awesome, and I am thankful. I'd say I hope things are going well, but I'm not that naive, so I hope things are going as well as they can. I'll put that towards the Ratchet and Clank trilogy. Okay, hang on, let's actually pull up Twitch really quick. I'm just curious. Let's just go to twitch.com. And by that I mean twitch.tv. Make sure to do it not logged in, so it doesn't, like, prioritize anything. Alright, what do we got here? So, there's the Alec Jones trial. Yep, we can cancel that. A League of Legends streamer. Yep. Interesting. Dota 2, Apex Legends. Interesting. That person's talking to 32,000 people. That's pretty impressive. Well, good, Lord Harrimont. Glad you had a good visit, / trip, / vacation. I mean, outside of the memes, Alex Jones is probably a disgusting human being. Like, someone who is causing actual issues and actual problems. He's been on his way out for a while, but he probably needs to just stop taking up people's time and attention. He's literally a waste of resources at this point. We'll go for that one next. Another side quest. Wow. That... I'm sorry, Trathon. That's such a weird thing to look at. To me. Because most people I know complain that when Twitch doesn't auto-sub. No, that's the Prime subs, but still, it's a very common complaint I hear.
Well...
Right.
There's another giant one to go kill.
All right.
Alright, let's go kill another boss. Oh, never mind. That's the one we just killed. You're not gonna... I guess we're done. Okay, cool. Well, I thought I'd already... Okay, whatever. Don't regret that. Now what? Let's sit on his for a bit. You... Right that. Hey, Yoda. Now we're done with quests, right? Almost. Did this guy ever finish his stupid quest?
We've reached our destination.
Mm-hmm.
Nope. He's still just sitting there at the same step he's been since we talked to him yesterday. Don't even joke about that hazardous.
Always good to
Sure.
be back in
I mean, I don't know if you're capable of it, Yada.
territory.
If it involves sushi, you're capable. Although, actually,
Letting me stick around.
tomorrow I should be capable of eating sushi.
We're happy to have you.
Hypothetically.
But are you sure you don't want to head back to Calaglia?
Yeah. I'm not sure how I can help yet. But for now, I'm going to follow Alphen and see what happens next.
I'm not going to get sushi because I'm not made of money, but
Okay, off we go.
Robostal actually is Florida Man. Hi,
No
Morganite.
idea. But I've seen it get lowered. It can't be lowered from this side anyway. So it's useless to us.
Yeah, it's called a shortcut. Is this your first Dark Souls game?
Little hell! Healing art!
Damn it!
Now you see what I can do!
Slide! Dragon Swarm! Not a chance! No escape! It's over!
I guess he has those weaknesses now and again. Shame you're not like that all the time.
Let's keep our eyes on the prize.
Before I answer you, Mr. Red, there's something I've been pondering. And I think, Pax and I were kind of talking about this last night, too. I think it's just because of the variance. Don't mistake me, I like games like Hollow Knight and Hades and, you know, Code Vein, and other, you know, actually interesting, challenging, and fun games. But I realized that for the last several games in a row, essentially, for quite some time now, I've been playing games that are, for one reason or another, high intensity. This is a super chill game. Huge stretches of cutscenes where I can just sit back and relax while they talk. Don't know it, so I don't have to explain or analyze or constantly keep in mind what I should discuss when or where. I don't have to literally have notes over to the side to make sure I'm doing everything in the proper order.
So even my
Combat is fun and enjoyable.
didn't even
Voice
break
acting
a
doesn't
sweat.
grate my ears. Like, it's just a chill game to me. I know that sounds weird. But from a streaming perspective, this is just like... No. Kick up the feet a little bit. Which is good, because I freaking needed it after yesterday. Anyways. Okay, so, Resurse. Alright, so there's 6 planets. Alright, so the conduits are weird. Have you ever played Freelancer, Mr. Red? If you haven't, what's wrong with you?
Looks like it could be worth something.
That goes for everyone. Go play Freelancer. Right now. I'm joking. I'm not actually sure you can get it playable on modern systems. I haven't tried in quite a while. So, I'm not sure. But in Freelancer, there's this concept called... I don't know what it's called. That makes me wonder, how much is Freelancer? Yeah, let me pull up GOG really quick. Now you got me curious.
I found some...
No.
equipment.
I did not beat Hades, no.
Take a look at it.
I did not complete Hades. Oh wow, is Freelancer actually abandonware? Holy crap. That's sad. That is still to this day the best Freelancer game I've ever played.
Little help!
Like the whole genre. is Freelancer, and it has so few games and so few good games. It's ridiculous.
You are in.
Anyways,
As soon as I'm done here.
whatever. That's what the Conduit idea was inspired by.
Less talking.
It's also admittedly kind of a narrative cheat.
Nicely done.
The idea was I wanted something that sped up in-system travel without speeding up out-of-system travel. So the idea was conduits, which are, to put it into simplistic terms, intrastellar highways. You pop into a conduit, you know, there's an entry process and an exit process, because it's obviously very difficult and dangerous to get into a conduit. Once you do, you effectively ride the river, for lack of a better way to put it, and you can do so to get around the system relatively quickly. I say relatively, because obviously, you know, we don't want them to be going too close to the to sea. I have tried every X series game, and I have not liked any of them so far. But yes, those are Freelancer games as well.
Who?
Oh, there you are. Oh, there you are. Okay, fine. Heal the kid. But yeah, point is, make it so that you can get around in-system without having access to FTL, because FTL doesn't work that way in this setting, but also without causing a lot of other problems. So the conduits were the solution.
Who?
Half frames. Oh, I'm gonna try this out.
Who?
Hold on. I'll try half frames on her for a bit, see what we think of it.
Look, Hootle, one of your buddies.
Heck of a lot of fish swimming around in this pond, huh?
Are they edible?
Sure, they're edible, but we've got no way to catch any.
She's always hungry.
Let's see what's going on around here.
Yeah, there might be someone who could use our help.
The innermost planet is not great. It's not, I don't want to say it's unlivable, but it's certainly much less hospitable than your typical norm. It is, however, extraordinarily wealthy in raw resources, both mineral and metallic variety, right? It's kind of a gold mine, metaphorically speaking, on a planetary scale. Now, the planet's actually pretty small, Mercury-ish size, but control over that planet obviously is rather important for several factions for several reasons. The Confederacy held control over that for quite a while, because duh, and used it to make their fleet happen, all sorts of other fun stuff like that. Pause. Ironically, she actually does have grenades, plural, okay?
What's wrong?
One of which is a lightning grenade.
Really?
Ah! Okay, I'm gonna read that bit out loud. Oh my god, this guy needs first aid. Hungry. Oh my god, this guy needs a potato. You think I'd stoop so low as to accept a measly potato? Fine, starve then. Wait, I haven't even introduced myself. I am Gordenio, a man who enjoys food above all else. I have come here in search of new and exciting cuisines. I have come across what appears to be a most exquisite recipe, but I lack the ingredients. I became so hungry I collapsed. You really should take this potato then. Forget it! I refuse to eat anything other than what's contained in this recipe. Do people... Okay.
Right.
Apples and wheat? Well, ironically, I have those on me.
Nice work. What?
Hey!
Time to make him an apple pie.
Well? What?
I think he liked it. Aren't you supposed to be more articulate in describing how things taste? It's absolutely. We get it, we get it.
Shion.
clothes are covered in pie dough.
What?
Very nice.
To be continued, probably.
Boy, talk about a spry old man.
I can't wait to see him again.
You really liked that apple pie, didn't you?
I should probably mention I don't have names for any of this stuff, Mr. Red. It's all placeholder. Like, I have notes here, but it's all placeholder stuff. Because that's how I write. When I'm not zoomed in yet, I stay
I
zoomed
hate
out.
camping out.
Oh, enemies! Die, murder, death! Oh, hi, Saberfoy. Die, murder, death! So, the next, 4? Yeah, that's right, 4 planets are all actually pretty close to each other, in terms of distance from the sun, which of course means they're nowhere near each other, but whatever. Interstellar physics. Point is, all 4 of the next planets are in the Goldilocks zone. Now, do you want me to spoil something for you, Mr. Red?
Say no. These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
So are you familiar with the Factor within the Empire? Oh, nice, another parallax stuff. So, are you familiar with the Bastion? If you're not familiar with the Bastion, then I've done something very wrong. Actually, she's the cook, okay?
I guess even someone as fashionable as you wouldn't know a whole lot about Dan and armor, right?
Not really, no. Like, what's with that scarf? I don't remember that being with any of the armor we found back there.
Oh, well, remember how you told me you thought I'd look good wearing some blue? I took your advice to heart and decided to give it a go.
Oh, I see. Well, it suits you.
Would you say I've learned to spruce things up like you suggested?
I wouldn't go that far.
Thanks, Futaba. Okay, so we don't have to grind food anymore. So it's something we haven't made yet. We haven't made apple pie.
This came out so good. I almost hate having to eat it.
Why? Oh, and we can talk to several people. That's a good question, Noel. I mean, I'm just gonna keep talking to Xion, oh my god, until we kind of max that out. Probably Richard. But since all the DLCs are cosmetic-y stuff, or actual in-game purchases for gameplay benefits, they can all go to hell.
Xion, could we talk a moment?
Shouldn't you be resting?
I wanted to talk with you for a bit.
I don't really want to talk right now.
Right. I'll, stop bothering you then.
I didn't say you were bothering me. Sorry. Don't take it personally. I'm just not used to being around other people, so I don't really know how to chit-chat.
Well, for a start, you let your guard down a little. Hey, here's the thought. What if you tell me about your childhood?
What with my thorns and all, I didn't really have one. Not to speak of, anyway. Although, I guess I did have one friend.
Who was it?
A really old doll.
Oh.
When I was a little girl, the doll was the only thing I could touch and hold without worrying about my thorns hurting it. I would do things like dress it up or sit it on my lap when I was eating. The two of us were practically inseparable.
Can I ask something?
Is it about the fact that I played with dolls?
No, it isn't. I only wanted to ask who gave you the doll in the first place.
I don't remember. It was a long time ago.
Where is it now?
I had to leave it behind when I left Lenegis. I didn't have a choice. Most likely it's long gone at this point.
Oh.
You go ahead and sleep. I'm going to grab another bite to eat first.
It was just apple pie. Okay.
Morning. Ready to head out?
Although that does remind me, I meant to test something about those super new difficulties. So let's go ahead and turn it up to unknown difficulty. Actually, let's save first. God damn it, Trathon, this is not a Pro ZD sketch. Can I go back to the previous friendship level?
It's on! Come on! Slash! Dragon Blood! Swallow Blade! It's over!
One more!
Take that!
This one's mine!
You got fires!
I've got this! Do it! Fantastic!
Amazing!
Shut up, Law! I'm trying to focus!
I was only trying to be nice.
So those are Ganon Astral Arts. Something you want to say? Not so long as you keep them pointed toward the enemy.
Light Astral Energy! I'm on! Astral Energy!
Say no more.
This is barely target practice.
Then why bother fighting them?
Because I certainly won't run away from a battle.
20 and 13.
Ow! Here I come!
Dance in the wind!
He's dead!
Only getting feeling!
You make quick work of them.
Want me to pick up your slack then?
Just pointing it out.
These little ones are hardly worth our...
Less talking, more pummeling. Together, that wasn't even
12
a
and
problem.
9. Yeah. Yeah, that's about right. Whatever. The next 4 planets are all within the Goldilocks zone. Do you know what the Goldilocks zone is, Mr. Red?
Dragon Blood!
We're in the home stretch, guys!
What she said? Eyes on the prize.
That focus goes double for you, Law!
Me? How come I get singled out? Didn't even break a sweat.
They respawn? It is a real term in astrophysics. Hazardous, do you know anything about that? If Bregman was here, she could give you a much better description than I. The simple answer is, it's the just right zone. It has to do with several factors and several figures, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, it's the just right zone. Hence the term. Make fun of me for naming stuff after things. Ah, I say, ah! Didn't I just kill these? Whatever. The reason they're all so habitable is because of the fact that I haven't explained to you what the Bastion is, because you've seriously never heard of the Bastion. I find this funny because more people have heard of the Bastion than anything else with regards to my setting, amongst my viewer base. Alright. Well, if you don't know what the Bastion is, just eject that for a second. Let's talk
Wish
about
they were all that easy.
the Factor.
Yeah, I think we might be getting too strong.
The Second
that
Lord?
good?
Play along, would you?
No, the Second Lord was awesome. It's actually probably my favorite boss in the game so far. The Factor... they deal with environmental stuff. If there's an asteroid going to slam into a planet, if there's unexpected volcanic activity, if there's a huge amount of climate change, if there's terraforming that needs to be done.
Law?
Yeah, sorry. Just a little travel weary is all. Looking forward to finally getting out of here, you know?
Still beating yourself up about your dad, aren't you?
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't. But that's not what I was just thinking about.
Oh?
I never did tell you how I ended up hanging around with the Snake Eyes, did I?
Not properly. All I know is you had a falling out with your dad and ran away from home.
Getting to Cyslodia almost killed me. Once there, though, I actually ended up joining a resistance organization, believe it or not. Of course, before long, someone ratted us out. And we were ambushed by the Snake Eyes. I'd never seen such brutality. If I hadn't surrendered...
Law?
I don't know why. They let me live. They made me watch as they butchered my friends right in front of my eyes. I still have nightmares. I hear roars of Zeugles as my friends scream. The snow stained red with blood. And all the while, those bastards laughing. I thought that with Ganabelt defeated, I'd be able to put it all behind me. Turns out that was a little optimistic. I was terrified they would kill me too. So I wound up betraying the memory of my friends and getting my old man killed in the process. I wonder if I'm any braver now. What if one day I panic again and end up running away like always?
And leave us behind? You really think you'd do that?
I hope not. But who's to say what I'm really capable of?
Ah! I found you.
Something wrong, Rinwell?
How very perceptive of you. When I turned around, you were gone, so we came back to look for you.
Maybe tell us next time you decide to stop? We need all our manpower to face these Zeugles.
Geez, okay. I can't help it when nature calls, can I?
Nature? Ew, gross! Here?
Let's make tracks, shall we?
I hope he makes it through this.
You invited him along. He's your liability.
He's Zephyr's son, Shion. What was I supposed to do? Just leave him?
Fine. Just don't come crying to me about it, all right? I've got enough deadbeats slowing me down as it is.
What are these things? They're Zeugles!
Where are you going?
Swallow Blade! I'm on it! Dragon Form!
Burning!
You're finished!
He may look cute and stuff, but there's
We're cleaning house!
Let me take the rope! Well, that was very lively.
Check this! Shion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
I mean, we're all probably mentally scarred on this messed up planet. Good lord. So, one clarification, Mr. Red. It sounds like you think they're a faction in Resursi, which they are absolutely not. Factor is an Imperial branch. Bureau? Division? Bastion deals with people, the Factor deal with the terrain, is the simplest way to put that. That's why I brought that up. So, rounding all the way back to the original statement which started all this. The reason they have such a...
Messiah is the first place we met. Hala.
Yeah, I was a Snake Eye and you were a Silver Sword. Who would have thought we'd end up on the same team?
You make an odd pair, it's true.
You guys are the odd ones, running with a Renin.
Did you know that racism exists? Anyways. So the big spoiler, the big secret is that the reason that Resursi is such an extraordinarily wealthy and habitable system is because Factor set it up to be so.
Dragon Form!
Again, terraforming.
Carve through them!
Bet that shell's hiding something tasty.
Here I come!
You know what? That's okay, Tim. I appreciate you being honest about it.
Well done. Hear me, flame of fury!
I'm on a roll now.
Burn it
One
hell!
more time.
Do it!
I'm ready.
Man, this is a pretty chill game in general.
Managed to pull
It's not
through.
quite as chill as Pokemon, but we're certainly chilling it up. I mean, is anything as chill as Pokemon? The answer's no, by the way.
I won't forgive you!
Here I come! How about this?
Okay.
You're finished! Be careful, everyone! This one isn't normal!
Please now. Take
I'm on it! It got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it.
We are freaking
The least engaging game I still enjoy playing.
What about me?
You're finished!
Dance in the wind!
I mean, there's actually quite a few.
Dragon Swarm!
A lot of JRPGs would qualify since they require so little of thought when you already know what you're doing,
I
right?
think I'm getting stronger.
Yes, I did, Richard. Well, actually, no. Sorry, that's a lie. No, I didn't. I saw a 2-minute trailer. I didn't actually watch the direct. I'm not sure if they're different things, but I believe they are. Correct, Mr. Red. Now, tell me what a settlement system is. Pop quiz. I mean, every game has that type of combat. Well, not every game. Most games have a thing where you can just kind of shut off your brain and just your way through it.
Gotta break through! Take this! Dragon Swarm! First strike!
I will admit, in general, I don't enjoy that personally, because I prefer my brain to be engaged when I'm playing a video game. It's one of the reasons I'm so harsh on the gameplay axis on so many
Say
games,
no more! Got it!
because I want to enjoy the game.
It's almost too strong! Split it open! Be my guest! Swallow blade! Not a chance!
Like, if I wanted to sit and watch a movie, I could sit and watch a movie. There's nothing wrong with that either.
I'm right behind you, Shion.
It's also one of the reasons why games that have both excellent story and gameplay always review better than games that have good one or the other. But anyways,
Out of our way! Great!
Dragon Swarm! You're finished!
yeah, I'm kind of having a side branch of that Robostal. The older I get, the more I appreciate specific, well-designed RPGs better.
Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
Because they exist. There are RPGs out there with great gameplay and great story. But realistically, like statistically speaking, or percentage-wise, they're in the minority. The minuscule minority.
Dragon
I
Swarm!
suppose you can say that about most genres, but it's just something I've noticed more the older I get.
Swallow blade!
Astral energy!
Alright, bye, Sky.
There are
Peace.
still more
I don't remember how to pronounce that.
No time to hold back! It's over! Take this!
It's supposed to be Phi Ski or Phi Sky.
Dragon Swarm!
Air thrust!
We managed to pull through.
So, it's not what a settlement system is. So a settlement system is a system that does not fall within the purview or jurisdiction of the Empire. It's effectively legally ratified neutral ground. It doesn't belong to any major power, or it doesn't really follow the usual interstellar politics rules.
Let's dispose of this.
Generally speaking, it has no interstellar contact. So they don't have any real connection or trade or anything with Hegemony or the Empire or the people I can't even think of the names of.
Shut him down!
Blow away! Dragon Swarm! Dragon Swarm!
Up and out! Do it! Raging astral energy! Full throttle!
I mean, even the Wild West was still claimed territory, but yeah, leaning in that
Certainly
direction.
not bad. No complaints here.
The reason they're called settlement systems is because the general rule is, if you want to go there, you can. There's plenty of ways and methods and possibilities to literally get on a bus and go to a settlement system, right? The catch is, once you're there, you're there. There's no real legal standing or method for you to get out of a settlement system. That's the bargain. That's the contract, if you will. You have decided to settle there, and that's your life now. And you can probably understand why a lot of people tend to go for that. It's the same general reason people have preferences for simpler places or other, you know, the preferences of living, for lack of a better way to put it. Not everyone wants to be a part of interstellar society. Not everyone wants to deal with, you know, the demands and upkeep of a high-tech existence, etc., etc., etc. Listen, they just really want you to know, Yura, that this attack is going on right now. So is it a settlement system because of the resource planet? No. Or more accurately, that's what they think is true, but that's actually a complete lie. That's why the fact that the Factor is involved is such a spoiler. Ah, that's why. Because most people don't actually know that the Empire goes around seeding, terraforming, and setting up settlement systems so that people have someplace nice to settle down in.
Why did people dig this path so far underground?
Maybe it was too dangerous on the mountains for them to traverse over them.
So you're saying that before Dana was conquered, Danans made this so that they'd have a way to get through the mountains?
If I had to guess, they might have even lived inside of these once upon a time.
Not like there's any way of knowing now. Not after all our history was lost.
No, it wasn't lost. It was stolen from us by the Renans, because they thought slaves didn't need it. And because keeping it around would have made it harder to control us.
It's not all gone. Look at that over there.
What is it? It looks like a broken piece from a dish or something.
Probably. It's true the Renans erased a lot of our history. But if we look hard enough, I think we'll find there's still plenty of it left. But first, we have to win the freedom to even look for it.
We'll win it all right. Then we'll reclaim our history.
I rather like the voice acting. The voice direction is a little bit more questionable, but they have a pretty good cast here.
Phew, what a rush.
I mean, that's Ray Chase, and I can't remember her name, as the primary leads. Erica Lindbeck. So, I mean, it varies in quality from scene to scene, too, I've noticed. Some scenes are just like, huh? And then some scenes are, you know, oh, yeah, it's awesome. But anyways, I digress. Correct, Mr. Red. And again, the legal binding is, you're there, you're on your own, have fun. Now, do you think the Empire leaves them completely to their own devices?
Go no further!
Yeah, no, of course they don't. But the difference is the Empire doesn't openly operate within the system. Legally, they have no actual jurisdiction there.
Thanks for the sympathy.
Get it together!
Actually, that's not quite true, but let's not get into that.
Leave the enemy's arts to me! Here's a healing art!
No complaints here.
It's over!
We are freaking invincible.
Wow, that's only the second time I've activated this whole game.
Carve through armor.
But yeah, essentially DJT.
As soon as I'm done here,
That's where the term settlement system comes from. It's people who just want to go and settle down somewhere, and honestly, it's a fairly common approach for people to retire to.
say no more.
Build a family, that kind of a thing. Obviously, over time, culturally, it drifts away from the Empire, because duh. But you also have to remember that new people, new Imperial citizens, semi-regularly go there to retire as well. So there's kind of an influx of external people that kind of shuffle things into the air a little bit. I agree, Yada. Everyone, I need Yada executed immediately, please. Thank you.
Oh, this looks nice and tough.
We keep getting this Onyx gear. Oh, there it is. Yes, that's right. We finally got our Geodude. Or I guess our Machop, excuse me. I don't know why I said Geodude. They're similar to each other. Why do you find it silly, Yoda? If you don't mind my asking. Which is what I was asking, but I was saying it without, you know, without using it. I do that all the time. It's a bad habit, and I'm never going to get out of it. But ignoring the obvious fact that I wouldn't like for that the kind of things you were describing in your prison scenario to exist, Mr. Red, that's also partially why I said there's no way it would exist, because I guarantee you with total certainty that if the Empire found out about a place that was doing that, that would get shut down hard. You know what I mean?
Too much gets in the way sometimes.
Exactly! Don't think. Just keep swinging.
Well, someone seems in tip-top form.
Nothing new about that, Shion.
And still as humble as ever.
Anything in armor is all mine.
Dragon Swarm!
Okay, I know you're probably not listening to those individual dialogues, but I love that little tidbit. Thinking gets in the way of combat. Just keep swinging. Now I'm thinking of a variant on Finding Nemo.
I won't forgive you!
Martial art movie.
Dragon Swarm!
Lightning Orb!
Blow away!
Dance in the wind!
I can carve through armor!
Field! More for the stockpile.
Wish they were all that easy.
Yeah, I think we might be getting too strong.
Okay, see, that makes sense to me, Yoda.
Long, would you?
See, I personally would never want to be a part of a settlement system. That just sounds horrific to me. Then again, I live in the city. You know what I mean? That's just normal to me. And of course, I like having regular access to things and high-end technology and blah, blah, blah. I mean, I live and breathe on the internet, you know what I'm saying? But one thing I've noticed, even in general, but also in personal observation from some other people, is that some people just want to live differently. Some people prefer to live in a cabin in the woods, so to speak.
I owe you one.
Have a place up in the mountains. Or maybe just be part of a little village, you know?
I'm practically
Or
unstoppable.
maybe they prefer to be even more high-tech than that. Or maybe they prefer to... Yeah, you get the point. That's an interesting question, Tim. Let me sit on that one for a second, because that's kind of a tough one. Let me kill some more crab people. Crab people!
We're thinning them out.
Please, more like me.
I'll admit I'm impressed. Very slight.
Lightning Orb!
No, I haven't seen any of the interviews, and I haven't
Looky
done a
here.
lot of looking into it. But what I have done is I've heard a lot of talk and discussion about the topic you just brought up. Turn-based versus action. Now, let me just get this out of the way. I have no preference between the two. So let's get the most obvious question done first. Action versus turn-based is whatever. I enjoy both. I enjoy Final Fantasy X as much as I enjoy Final Fantasy X too.
All this walking up and down is a pain.
Yeah, I wish we could just go straight through without all this hassle.
Oh, don't even get me started about real-time with boss
Collapsed
people.
parts let you reach some places you wouldn't be able to otherwise.
Now that you mention it, the ceiling's not gonna come down on us, is it?
Well...
This will be a delicious piece of cake.
I mean, FF isn't turn-based, so yeah, that makes sense. But, getting back to my overall point,
Yes, I need you, remember?
I think that trying to limit yourself to pure action is actually a mistake. I think that pure turn-based has very valid and feasible usage, especially in an RPG environment. I could point to the obvious FF10 as an example of that. But to be perfectly frank, the only place I have to actually point to for an example of turn-based combat still being valid in the modern time is XCOM 2. One of the best turn-based games ever made, in my opinion.
Well, someone
I know that's more tactical-based, but my point stands. Anybody who thinks that a turn-based game isn't tactical to some extent or another, well, we've got to have a chat about that.
Let's keep moving.
And I'm not even going to talk about stuff like Dragon Quest XI, which is a freaking awesome game, by the way. It's also turn-based. Different kind of turn-based, but it's still turn-based.
What's this thing?
Lavender. So that's my overall thoughts. I don't actually have a preference between either, and I think both have their own place. One day when I conquer the world and remake the Final Fantasy series, I actually plan to go through and kind of mix and match it a little bit with each FF game. I've already got some ideas for FF3 to be a full turn-based tactical kind of a game. And I definitely have some thoughts with regards to turning one of them into a side-scroller action game. And so forth and so on.
Get lost!
Oh yeah, and as if it's not obvious, I don't mean any elitism by any of this either, although I shouldn't even have to say that. If you know anything about me, you know that I tend to be fairly anti-elitism. I actually have a good friend of mine who hasn't been playing certain games with me, specifically because of the fact that he doesn't like turn-based gameplay, so that's just not his chick. No judgment, right?
Onward and upward.
Ironically, I don't care for real-time with pause myself. That just kind of... Now, there's also an in-between there, which is easiest to describe as Neverwinter Nights. Because there is such a thing as real-time, but technically everything's on a cycle, which is kind of its own thing. KOTOR was actually like that as well. Several BioWare games use this exact same format. They're real-time, but events only happen every cycle.
Little help!
So it doesn't really matter what you're doing, because your action won't actually take effect until the next cycle. Ironically, all MMOs follow this exact same format. It's just in most MMOs, those cycles, the server ticks, are really, really short, usually less than a second.
Bring the home stretch, guys! What she said?
But I'm getting off topic.
That focus goes double for you, Law.
Me? How come I get singled out?
Now! This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
I won't rest until I'm the best I can be.
Still striving to be on par with the Lord?
You simply can't be too strong when battle is a part of your everyday.
Yeah, we're gonna give the Swift Ring to the frickin' monk. Never mind, man. Did I miss a question? I think I missed a question. I already talked about it. Continue to talk about that. I guess not. I have not missed any questions. Cool. So where was I? The 4 planets, right? 4 planets, terraformed, Goldilocks zone. Everything's cool. All 4 of them are rather well inhabited. Obviously, the Confederacy inhabited the second planet from the sun.
Back when we left Cisleden, you remember how you said so long as you don't give up, there's nothing to stop someone starting over?
Yeah?
Well, I think you did just that. You've set out on a new path despite what happened in your past. Besides, you're not the only one fumbling your way through things.
You too?
It was your dad who taught me to fight. Back at the start of all this, I knew that so long as I followed him, I wouldn't end up straying. But it was also your dad who told me the importance of becoming my own master, of searching out the answers within me. I always figured I would one day. But at the same time, I had so much more to learn. When he died, I suddenly found myself rudderless. Sure, our immediate goal is to defeat all the lords. But then what comes after that? There's no one left to point me in the right direction. It was then that I realized, no matter how much I fret about it, the only thing I can do is fight. Renan brutality isn't going to right itself. So that's what I'm doing. Fighting. And in the meantime, I'll try to figure out my next move. Right now, that's about all I can do.
And you really believe you got what it takes to win this? Against all the odds?
Yes, I do. Or at least I want to. If I'm being completely honest, sometimes I'm not really sure whether I can or not. So what if we're still figuring stuff out? If we do it together, then we can support one another along the way. Is there anything so wrong with that?
No, I don't think there is. I think I get it now. We may not know what we're capable of, but we have to try all the same.
Having another one of your secret meetings? Don't tell me you were taking yet another bathroom break?
Oh, we were just engaging in a bit of brotherly bonding. Isn't that right, Alphen?
Yeah, that's right.
Fine then, suit yourselves. Hey, I think I can feel a breeze up ahead. I bet the exit is real close.
Finally! Man, it's been too long since I felt the sun on my face.
Been that long? Jeez. You need to have a chat, buddy? Have you been having issues?
When I get in a tussle, I go full force right at him. Whoever makes the first move wins.
I do have to admit, it's quite the spectacle to watch you charge in and go to town on someone during a battle.
Yeah, it was actually my old man who taught me to fight that way. The more I lay the beat down on some baddies, the more fired up my fists of fury get.
Zephyr taught you? Wow. I guess you really are following in his footsteps.
There's nothing wrong with being so focused on offense, but the enemy always fights back at some point.
As long as I don't get hit, it's not a problem, right?
So what you're saying is you're too weak to take a hit.
You're not exactly one to talk.
Also, if you do a proper Alpha Strike, they never got to counterattack, so there's that too.
What were you two talking about earlier?
Earlier? Oh, it was just serious guy talk. You know, the kind that girls don't get to hear.
Really?
Don't mind him, Rinwell. It's just... well, maybe it is a little difficult to talk about in front of women.
Difficult to talk about? Okay, now I really want to hear it. Unless... it's not the creepy sort of guy talk, right?
No! Okay? It's not creepy.
Okay, okay. As long as you're fighting fit, you can talk about whatever you like.
Who's ready for Zone 3?
Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle?
Which looks like this, apparently. Oh my god, it's Oblivion! So, what type of horrible oppression do you think is here?
Elda Menancia, the land of green. The place certainly lives up to its name, doesn't it?
Yeah, just feel that breeze. It's like night and day compared to Calaglia and Cyslodia.
Unsullied, fertile land, as far as the eye can see. That's beautiful. Oh, what?
Oh, nothing. Just... I was thinking the very same thing.
That's the realm capital in the distance. The city of Vicent. A word to the wise before we continue. Elda Menancia has produced more sovereigns over the years than any other.
Whatever they're doing is working better than the other zones. To rip souls out of... well, soul energy out
Guess
of
we
people.
should probably follow after her, shouldn't we? Hey, you all right, Law?
Yeah, fine. I was just thinking how Dad would have enjoyed this view. All this green in one place is incredible. Anyway, let's get moving before we start looking tasty to monsters.
Is he going to be okay?
Eventually. That's a wall he'll have to overcome on his own.
I could see mind control. Or worse. Thank you, Guinevere. Very much. Always appreciate, and I will put that towards dealer's choice. Land of Green. Should be fun. We'll probably have another cutscene, like, immediately.
So if I remember right, there are 6 elements of astral energy,
And darkness is only on Rena, and light can only be found on Dana, right?
Right. I only remember because my parents drilled it all into my head when I was little.
How did we find out about dark astral energy in the first place if it's not on Dana, though?
Beats me. I couldn't tell you how or when we figured out that sort of stuff. I'm sure there's other stuff we've forgotten along the way, too.
Yeah, I bet. And then we forget that knowledge was even forgotten at all, and it's back to square one.
Exactly. That's why we need to take good care of what knowledge and artifacts we still have left.
You really have a thing for old stuff, don't you?
Well, I don't know that I'd call it just a thing. It's also something that helps me feel connected to our world.
Connected?
It's nothing. Forget I even mentioned it. I should have guessed that there'd be no way he'd understand. How could he?
He's a kid and I'm 500 years old. Well, in fairness, I'm pretty sure, like, most of the main cast, other than Law, is secretly 500 years old, so that's whatever.
What's wrong? Huh?
Yes!
Okay. I have Starscream, but here's the summary. 3 negatives to gameplay. For 3 separate problems, admittedly, but still. That's the summary. Someone in one of the VOD comments said, "This is the norm," which I didn't respond to, but I thought in my head, that's nice. It doesn't make it any less bad. Hey, we got food. What the hell are you wearing? That was a lot of CP.
Mm-hmm.
What are you wearing? And why do you look like a Dragon Quest character?
Mm-hmm.
I sense compassion flowing through this energy, tinged with the slightest hint of loneliness, emptiness. Why are you agreeing with him? Keep it up, I won't heal you next time you're in trouble. Sorry. So this is how true bliss feels.
Mm-hmm.
When my foul beast ambushed us and injured my companions, I took a tumble.
Just great.
You just stumbled?
That can't be.
The Wonder Bard. Still,
Nice.
Very well.
we are bound by fate, apparently. Cool. Well, I'll take the 265 SP. Found is now a healer. Oh, nice. I do not, in fact, Tim.
Maybe we
In
should.
fact, I've already given it a negative.
Thanks, Shion.
Why are you thanking me?
For being a nice person? What kind of question is that?
Go no further!
You're mine! It's over! Flush! Dragon Swarm! Take this! It's over!
You got the advantage.
You're good. Now we just have to make sure we
I'm
keep
free, don't worry, because Law's on it.
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Dragon Swarm!
Do it!
Did you see?
Sure did. The part where you swung and missed, right?
Not that part!
Okay, that's probably one of the better post-battle banters that I've seen in the entire game so far. Let's see how we're at on weapons. Naturally, I don't have the stuff for the new stuff. Duh, that's how that works. Grab that. Oh well. Worse in every way? How's that even a question, Starscream? Have you seen the Gambit system in FF12? It's ludicrous. It's a total AI control. This thing is threadbare. It's decent. Getting A+, 1+, but that's it. Ooh, do more attack damage. Yes, yes. Even more. Or maybe not. Okay.
Have you guys checked your equipment lately?
That's what I'm here for, Tim. To try and make it as easy and convenient as possible.
Why do you keep staring at me, Shion?
Just, what is that wolf on your shoulder?
Oh, this thing? I love it! I got it off a street vendor for just 10 gold.
I don't know if that's something to brag about,
Hey, 10 gold's a bargain if you ask me.
because it wouldn't sell otherwise. It serves no practical purpose. Honestly, I'm surprised you paid 10 whole gold for it.
Shut up!
But the detail is so lifelike. I think you made a good choice, Law.
Really?
I have no idea why you wear it over your shoulder, though.
I think it looks pretty cool.
Sure. Let's see here. I don't think we've made vegetable juice yet. Although, I do like the ability of having more attack damage. Let's do that. Why wouldn't they, Mr. Red?
That was nothing.
Oh, hey.
Rinwell, mind if we chat a little?
Poodle, come here, sweetie. Woo! Good boy.
What are you doing?
It's flying practice. Hoodle doesn't really like to leave my side, but if I don't make him spread those wings every now and then, they'll start to weaken. It's important he practices. Also, I'm pretty sure he put on some extra weight. Oh.
Probably because everyone keeps sneaking him snacks when you're not looking.
I knew it! I thought there was something fishy going on. Oh, it's really not good for birds to be overweight, you know?
Oh, really? I'm sorry, Rinwell.
You were feeding him too? You haven't been giving him anything he can't eat, have you?
I'm pretty sure everything I've given him has been okay. Just to be sure, though, why don't you tell me what he can't eat?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Is something the matter?
No, not at all. It's just, for a really long time, Hoodle was the only friend I had. So on the one hand, it makes me really happy to see everyone be so accepting. But on the other, it's a bit of an adjustment sharing him, you know?
Every one of us can see that he's like family to you. I can promise no one's trying to ignore your feelings or anything.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. I'll talk to the others about it later. Hoodle, let me know if you sense anything.
I'm pretty sure everyone thought about that, Trahexia.
Another day, another Gald.
Wait, what do you mean it's not my main thing, Tim? What's my main thing? What qualifies as my main thing? Oh god! Hang on. Having identity crisis. Tell these things they shut up!
Right, here goes! You're mine!
I never miss!
First strike!
In here!
You're mine! Try!
We got the advantage.
Good. Just have to
You
make
are
sure
in
we keep it.
tip-top
Don't worry.
As soon as I'm done here, come help out.
How could a girl ever say no?
got
These
fired.
little ones.
Oh, okay. That's not what I thought you meant, Tim. Yeah, I don't make any money off of YouTube at all.
Hold up. Is this as valuable as I think it is?
I thought what you were saying is that you thought that streaming wasn't my main thing, which it absolutely is.
I think Hoodle senses something.
Oh. You okay? You made a weird sound.
Sorry. I was just thinking how amazing this view is.
What's the matter? Haven't you ever seen mountains and fields before?
Actually, now that I think about it, it's not every day we get to enjoy views like this.
You too?
Yeah. Calaglia has rocky landscapes, but the terrain here is completely different. Like, you see that mountain over there? Doesn't it look like a big wave that somebody turned into stone?
Right? And those ones look like the horns or claws of some giant monster. I'm surprised they managed to stay up.
Yeah. Just be thankful we don't have to pass under them.
Actually,
They won't come tumbling down that easily.
You sure about that?
Menancia harvests earth energy, which explains why the topography is so varied here. It's also why those rocks are bound to be sturdy.
So all that astral energy is also what makes this realm look so lush, then? Does astral energy really have that much of an impact on the land?
Yeah. Is that why even that mountain looks the way that it does?
The stronger the energy is, the greater impact it has on lots of things. So yes, like a great big fire.
but these imbalances are too pronounced to be nature's work. It's not how Dana would otherwise naturally look.
If it's not natural, then you mean all of this is the Renans doing?
When you put it like that, even something as nice looking as this starts to feel wrong.
Patreon accounts for probably about a third of my income here, for perspective. Patreon is also the thing I consider the wild card because I have no way of telling what my content is that's producing money via Patreon.
What's this?
By contrast, closer to just under 2/3 of my income comes, or probably about 3/5, excuse me, 3/6. No, that's wrong. did I do that in my head? Oh, because I have to multiply it again. Whatever. Less than just about 2/3 of my income comes from streaming. Not from Twitch. Actually, of that bundle, probably close to 20% of that comes in through Twitch subs. The rest of it's via direct donations, which is by far the biggest source of income I have.
Just great.
I guess...
Yeah!
Great!
Jesus Christ, we are still getting tutorialized on new gameplay mechanics. They just introduced chaining. For those of you who played FF12, excuse me.
I'll run you through!
Outside, baby! It's over!
Dragon Swarm!
If they rush
Now you see what
gotta
I
jump
can
for
do.
cover, okay? Here I go!
Dragon Swarm!
Only getting both times!
I don't know if that's a bad thing or not, but it can be a bad thing. After all, Ni no Kuni had a really serious problem with continuing to develop new game mechanics well over 20 hours into the game. Which just got silly at a certain point.
Get lost!
You're mine!
Don't touch it! Finish in the wind!
Dragon Swarm!
Sleep now! This one's mine! It's a duel of the
These
arts.
little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more
Now,
pummeling.
cut them apart to your heart's content.
We did it!
Tutorial get. Well, we're at 4 party members, so we might be done with party members, so... Who knows? What am I working on with him right now? Oh, that. I mean, I guessed him, but truth be told, if I'm being 100% honest with myself, I dislike it when RPGs pull that kind of a thing. Especially since, well... literally just... yeah, okay. Especially since I could think of very complex games that have a nice, decent, long tutorial, but you know how to play the game within a few hours of sitting down and going through it. Now, obviously, you know, RPGs, especially JRPGs, have a tendency to
Little help!
add new gameplay mechanics as you go. Literally whole new mechanics, like they just did. Come on, game.
Burning strike!
You're mine!
We're cleaning house.
Let me take the rest of them.
Well, someone's feeling lively.
Got fired.
But, like, if I could learn how to play Crusader Kings 2
All yours!
in about an hour and a half, maybe we don't need to stretch out the mechanics as far as they do in these games.
Freeze Lancer!
I'm even stronger than before.
I mean, I don't like bacon that much, yada. But yes. Absolutely and without hesitation.
Ow!
Dragon Swarm!
Solid storm!
Flame! Reload!
Anything in armor is all
You're
right.
mine!
It's carved through armor.
I'm out here!
You're mine!
Go away!
You're finished! My turn!
Do you mind sharing why, Starscream?
Wish they were all that easy.
Yeah, I think we might be getting too strong.
Isn't that good?
Play along, would you?
Hey, would you look at that? Green as far as the eye can see.
That's a very unforgiving timer on that.
Get lost!
See you around, Robostall. Enjoy yourself. Or else.
There you go. I'm sorry to be a bother.
We've all got enough on our plate.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Here I go! You're mine!
Pull it together, Law.
That has a lot of health.
It's over!
Photon
Dragon Swarm! Take this!
Okay, that makes sense, Starscream.
I'm not
I asked because I actually gave that a gameplay positive since I love the way they implement it.
So those are Dan and Astral Arts.
Something you want to say?
Not so long as you keep them pointed toward the enemy.
Air thrust!
It was nice while it lasted.
Will this help?
I'm not done! Fang Flash!
Healing
Try
circle!
harder! Thanks!
Time for the stop
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complete idea.
Nope, that's silly.
I'll be saving this.
I'll smash you! Dragon Swarm!
More where that came from. Healing circle!
Now I can let loose. Eat dirt!
Do they not teach you to say thank you, Indana?
Not to a Renin, they don't. Feel the storm! Get on in there with the other.
You're mine! You're
Here
finished!
goes steering wheel!
Dragon Swarm! I'll work it out here!
Lightning orb! Raging cascade!
Go away!
Burning strike field! Not in your dreams!
Dragon Swarm!
Flame of fury!
Storm!
Burning strike! Lightning orb! It looks like you got this one covered. Dance in the wind! Air thrust! Dance in the
Dragon
wind!
Swarm!
Field!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Dragon Swarm!
This one's mine!
Go away!
All right, it's here! Flame of fury!
No escape!
Here I go! I'm only getting
It's over!
Reload!
Eat this! You're done! Here I come! Storm! It's over!
Burning strike!
Dragon Swarm!
Yeah, see what I can. I'm on a roll now.
Dragon Swarm!
For the stockpile!
I'm on it! Sword Ring Alpha!
Lightning orb!
Take this!
All right, it's showtime!
Strike!
You're mine!
Let's let you roll down.
Stay away from my friend!
Burning
this.
strike! Let's get
It's
you all
over.
tucked away! I'll bring you back from death a bit! Oh, magic is there!
Sword Ring Alpha!
Resuscitation!
Take
Here's
this!
a healing
I'm
orb!
not done!
Burst ready!
I'm on it! I'll run you through! Take this!
Burning strike!
It's over!
Friend! You're not in your dreams!
You're mine! Remote!
Astral energy!
Say no more!
Here, let me help!
Take this!
Engage!
Thanks!
Sleep now!
Go away!
Get on in there with the others!
Astral Arts?
That's my cue!
Shut him down!
Primed and ready! I'm on!
I would, but her thing is burnt, so
One's mine! If we can
do that stuff.
This ends now!
Zero flame!
Try harder!
Field!
You'll pay for that!
I'll be saving
No
this
escape!
one!
Dragon Swarm!
Magic is from depths a bit! Cross blade!
This has got to be an optional fight. This is ridiculous.
Feel the medicine working!
Here I come!
Lightning orb! Raging cascade!
Or something.
You're done!
Steering flame! Reload!
Yeah, I could have countered it, but I literally just burned my counter, so I couldn't do it.
I'm not
It
done!
was on cooldown.
Reload! It's about to strike! I'm only getting
Look
started!
sharp, everyone!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
I'm on it!
Photon ready!
Dragon Swarm! Here I come! I'm not done! It's finished!
Let's do it!
Dragon Swarm!
Huh?
You picked the wrong fight!
Mine!
Swallow Blade!
Field.
Take this!
Get on in there with the others!
I'll smash you! You're finished!
Astral energy!
No! Can't end here!
Oh wow, they finally got me.
Raging cascade! Searing flame! Reload! Dance in the wind! In here! I'll be saving this one!
There!
Time flash!
It's over!
Oh, while we're here.
In here!
The finishing blow.
You'll need to beat me to it, kid.
I'll take on that challenge.
Raging cascade! Where are you going?
You're mine! Crush!
Air thrust! Take it! Light astral energy!
Dragon!
Fury!
Over.
Burning strike!
Jesus.
Raging
There!
searing flame!
Take this! It's over!
They're not playing around! Searing flame! Reload! I'm out of ammo! Lightning raging cascade!
Dragon Swarm!
Friend!
It's gonna happen!
Right, watch out! Magikazam! I'm only getting started of it, Andy. The water, blah, 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 that's it.
Easter!
In here. Spirit fire!
You're finished!
Lightning strike! Spirit lightning
Here I come!
Alright, I'm out!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Got it!
Dragon Swarm!
Now us astral energy!
Say no more.
I think I'm getting stronger.
What the hell was that? Jesus. That actually was close. I was starting to run out of tricks. Ah. Anyways. I'm gonna go back to the campsite, I think, after that nonsense. That, was one up ahead. I guess that's fair.
I hate camping out.
Never mind. That was pathetic and easy, and anybody who says otherwise is a moron who deserves to be shot in the face like an idiot. Any questions?
Zeugles aside, the ground here is pretty nice and comfy to sit on.
You can tell even without a sense of pain?
Thankfully, yeah.
What would you do if you couldn't even feel that much?
You mean if I had to only rely on sight and sound? And couldn't even taste or smell anything? I don't even want to think about it.
I guess it'd be like looking at a picture in a way, if that makes sense.
A world I couldn't touch. I wonder if that's what it's like for Xion.
No. Okay, so let's see here. We did vegetable juice last time, I think. Or did we do kebabs? We did kebabs last time, didn't we? Let's just keep going up the list. Let's do vegetable juice next.
Xion, could we talk a moment?
Oh, Jesus. Actually, I wouldn't mind if this was co-op. Poisonally.
You go ahead and sleep. I'm going to grab another bite to eat first.
No, I mean like actual co-op, not, you know,
Come on, guys. We've
Tales
got
of
lots to
co-op.
do.
I don't mean to sound unkind, but it's like saying FF6 has co-op. It's technically true, but not really. Unless there's a new form of co-op that I'm unaware of, in which case, never mind. Okay. So now that we killed the Ultra Mega Death Boss at level 18... no, Tim, I don't have time for that kind of thing.
Gotta break through! Dragon Swarm! I'm on it! Take it! Dragon Swarm!
Here I go! I'm
It's
only
over.
getting back into the fray!
Here I come!
Work together!
You're finished!
Away!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Okay, Rex, Mr. has an idea.
Astral energy! Full throttle! Raging cascade!
My turn! Take this!
You're done!
It's over!
Dance to the wind!
Take this!
Air!
Do anything in armor is all mine!
That's kind of the direction I was thinking too, Mr. Red. So I've always assumed the Fire Nation was on the outermost planet, the 6th planet.
Overconfidence can bite you in the butt.
If you're paying attention to the geography, which I wouldn't blame you if you're not, we've got the innermost planet, that one's the resource hive. We've got the middle 4 planets, those are the very, very habitable zone. And then you've got the 6th planet, which is further out. And that was always going to be the Fire Nation's planet.
Little help!
No, I like the bonfire mechanic so much, I'm only debating how many positive it's going to be. That's why it hasn't been put up on the HUD yet. Because it's a positive, I just don't know how many it is.
blade!
Flying free! Look at me just sit still!
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done. Lightning orb!
It's over! This one's all mine! Not a chance!
Hear me!
Mom!
Flame of
Here
fury!
I come!
Burning strike!
Face blast! Huh?
Hold up! Is this as valuable as I think it is?
No. Let's see if we can at least get our frickin' bar up to 1. We're trying to do that last time, and then we got attacked by a freaking dragon.
Hi, Hoodle!
Pretty sure we were supposed to run from that fight based on context. That was one of those optional boss fights, since it gave us the CP booster.
Photon flash!
Take this! Eat this! You're finished! Swallow blade! We did it! No!
Correct, cubic. Which, if you're paying attention, is something we've given several positives for
Together,
every time
that
it's come
wasn't
up.
even a
Although, admittedly, we don't have a current system review of Dragon Age Origins or Mass Effect, but when we get to Mass Effect, going around the Normandy is going to get a positive. And in Mass Effect 2, it'll probably be more than 1 positive. And in Mass Effect 3, it'll be 15 negatives. Any questions?
Dragon Force! Swallow blade!
I'm out of
Take
ammo!
this! Burn in hell!
Let them look!
I'll run you through! You're finished!
Pretty much, Phoenicia. Hope your new job's going well.
We're in good form.
No choice.
No, I was looking it up earlier, DJT. All the difficulty options, all 6 of them,
It's over.
all have the exact same thing. They only changed 2 things. And I bet you can tell me what those 2 things are right now. It's the usual suspects.
Comrades in arms! Now you see what I can do!
Inquisition had a camp mechanic? I'm being facetious.
Astral energy! Full throttle!
Okay, why don't my shots do that?
This should make for some good weapon crafting
Okay, so we're
material.
up to rank 1 now. Let's see if we can go fight something else now that we're rank 1. Come on.
No choice. Here I come. I'll run you through. Sword blade out.
Here, they're surrounding us! You're mine!
You're mine.
Let's get you
It's
out!
over.
There!
I'll run you
One
through.
more! Where are you going?
You're mine. It's now. It's time.
So far, I like all 4 of our main characters, so make of that what you will.
Not today. Here I come. You're finished. We did it. My turn. It's over.
Demons descend! Flashing fang!
I mean, Erica Lindbeck is fantastic, and Ray Chase is fantastic. They're both in the
Precision improving.
modern, best actors group. You know what I mean, right? Like, as time goes on, actors kind of drift in and out of the best category of being, the best actors at X, Y, or Z. Well, Ray Chase has certainly been on a high for quite a while. And yeah, Erica Lindbeck is one of the better ones I've heard. Not the best. Y'all know who that is. Right. Woman, I can't think of her name, but I could look it up really easily.
I'm surrounded!
Sword blade alpha. Take this. Swallow blade.
Also, I think Erica Lindbeck is in Tor, and we will be playing as the character who is voiced by her. So that should be amusing. Kathleen St. Germain is fantastic, but no, she's not the actual top slot for me.
I'm not done.
And yeah, Laura Bailey's been kind of on her way out, since she was one of the top ones for a while. She still does voice acting,
We're
but
gonna lose to small fry.
like I said, it rotates, Actually, now I'm curious, what is her name? Cheramilia. I'm not actually sure how to pronounce that, but she's probably the actual current best female actress right now. My opinion. Do it, Mr. Red. Give in to the stabbing side. Please don't get stabbed. Stabbing is not good. Do not recommend. Who's Anabaj in Lower Decks? Anabaj? Anabaj? Oh, well, whatever.
Out of our way!
You're finished! You're you dragon form! Thrust! Here I come! Starlight Alpha! Blow away! You're mine!
I mean, I thought Abby was a garbage character, but you know, I'm not gonna say I hated her. She just sucked.
Didn't even break a sweat.
Negative to story and then move on, you know what I mean?
An opponent like this should be easy.
I would say having no voice acting in a game like that would be a negative, Tim. I don't think having no dialogue would be a negative. It would simply be an absence of a positive, which would really hinder the game's score. A game that has no story whatsoever is going to score pretty badly.
Did you just hear me?
Yes, I need you, remember?
You're finished!
I'm clearing you out of it. We're still...
Got a ways to go.
So, for those of you at home, the general approach I have for RPGs is to Korean method, which is a reference to a specific style of play in a JRPG. It's when you kill everything in your way, don't run from anything, don't seek out anything. So, this is our first time through a zone, so we make sure to run through and kill everything, which we have now done. Oh, my bad. We've actually got one last thing here. I was also testing the chain mechanic a little bit.
It's on! I'm like bait to them!
If you're wondering why it's called the Korean method, a friend of mine, this is years and years and years ago, who was Korean, called it the Korean method, and the term just kind of stuck with me.
Leave the enemy's arcs to me.
Dragon form!
No complaints here!
Now!
You're mine!
And if you're wondering why even bother doing it that way,
Stronger than before.
it's a good way to test the leveling curve and the difficulty curve of a particular JRPG, because remember, they can always design and decide and have a pretty good feel for how many encounters you're going to get, roughly, and thus what those encounters give you and what your relative power level should be. So it's a good way to test all sorts of things: enemy design, encounter design, itemization, experience gain, alternate leveling, all sorts of stuff. Okay, so that was a gigantic field of monsters and death. Looks like there's actually one more enemy. Oh, never mind. I thought that thing was an enemy. Alright, whatever.
I think Hootle senses something.
One of the things that tends to bother me the most is when Neverwinter Nights, where there's a line of dialogue that's voiced, and then there's like 5 lines of dialogue that are not. Neverwinter Nights is even worse about it, because in that case, you'll have a character who has, say, 2 paragraphs of dialogue, and the first sentence of the first paragraph is voiced, and not the rest of it. Bonkers, hate that crap.
Amazing!
Shut up, Law. I'm trying to focus.
I was only trying to be nice. Your power is a spectacle to behold.
I'm not trying to be dramatic with it.
Still, it's a part of you. Embrace
I'm
it.
practically unstoppable.
There's nothing here. It doesn't even connect to Vicente.
Nope. Let's quit wandering around and get back to work.
Come on.
Maybe something's going on in the forest.
Sweet, 10 tomatoes. That man's life was worth 10 tomatoes.
I won't forgive you!
I've lost place. Where was I, Mr. Red?
No escape!
Let's see. We've got the Inner 4 system. Excuse me, 4 planets. The outer planet, which is outside the Goldilocks zone.
I'm free!
Well, we're on the home stretch now.
I sure hope not, Tim. Because if so, well, she's our sniper.
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
She's got the gun.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
This could be useful.
Romance of the Three Kingdoms? That's actually an interesting question. So, the Romance of the Three Kingdoms refers to a specific era in Chinese, possibly history, possibly mythology. We're not actually 100% sure, and, well, we're even less sure than we are about other things, historically speaking. Damn it, as it is. So, the game series is based on a definitely flanderized and fictionalized account based on what may or may not actually be real-life events. It's a period of Chinese history pretty much right before China was unified, arguably for the first time, which is when the Three Kingdoms, hence the terminology, really came into power. If you ever heard of Lu Bu, he was during that particular era.
Easy peasy. Ha hoodle.
I just mentioned him because he's rather well known. Romance of the Four Kingdoms is a very old franchise. It goes back to the 80s, I believe. It has actually branched off several times, too. If you ever played Dynasty Warriors, that's actually a guidance series that branched off of Romance of the Three
Do you
Kingdoms.
sense one of your friends, Hoodle?
Yeah, I never did find the Hoodle here. Yeah, it's kind of the Chinese equivalent of the Sengoku Jidai, if you're familiar with that. Not literally, but in terms of how often fiction tends to use it as a setting and how romanticized and studied it tends to be. Let's go drop this owl really quick. So, obviously, I think I told you, the Confederacy was kind of the reigning body for a while. The reason I call it the Confederacy is not because I'm trying to evoke the Civil War era of United States history, but instead because they were actually a confederated body. Given what a settlement system is, that probably makes sense. In fact, statistically speaking, more settlement systems are run by confederacies than actual federated bodies. If you don't know the significance of that, I can give you a super quick primer. The Confederacy doesn't technically have an overarching nation to itself. So, if there's 7 separate states, and they all, kind of coexist and co-fight and do whatever the hell they do, but they need to have different interactions when it comes to interacting with other nations, or other bodies, or other countries, or whatever, they tend to do that as one cohesive unit. That's the Confederation. So, each of the pieces of the Confederacy primarily runs their own affairs. It's only when I shouldn't say only. It is primarily dealing with other stuff that they tend to operate as one single body. Ironically, the Confederacy in StarCraft is very much not a confederacy. It is a straight-up oligarchy. The wealthy control everything.
The people working in it look Danon.
Go
Look
ahead.
at these fields and all
Make a
this
joke.
livestock. Am I crazy for thinking these people seem to have it pretty easy?
Oh, they totally do. And yeah, actually, another thing that's happened historically often is what Blackfile mentioned. City-states that would operate, that would have a federal body that would be the representative and coordinator for dealing with other larger actual nearby states. I mean, yeah, they did that on purpose, Terra, I'm pretty sure. Southern Twang called it the Confederacy. I mean, yeah, no, I think they knew what they were doing. Also, pure evil. A spicy cinnamon toast crunch. That makes sense. One of the things I learned a few years ago when I really started getting back into cooking, now that I have my own kitchen, or then that I had my own kitchen, was how much you can use cinnamon as a spice. And I know what you're thinking. Cinnamon is a spice. I don't mean it that way. I mean, use cinnamon to enhance spice. to make something spicier. There you are those bat wings? Those are bat wings. Wow, okay.
Maybe something's going on in the forest.
Yeah, I should probably check up with that at some point. Oh, I forgot to help this person out. Yeah, exactly, Ross. I'll tell you one thing. If you ever want to have a truly spicy chili, cinnamon is one of the key ways to do that. I'm not actually making that up. In fact, I say that with a warning because that can make it too spicy. That can actually hurt people's tongues and, you know, digestion at a certain point. Right, where are we at? We did that, we did that. Let's go do this. Yeah, it's exactly. Yeah, cinnamon spicing can lead to burning. Just my spice tolerance is, I'd say, average. Like, I enjoy habaneros quite a bit. To put it into perspective. But you go above that and I start to have issues. God, that sounds really gross, Morganite. My goodness. Then again, I hear some people actually like ranch. Could you believe it? Why do the pigs... Okay, you know what? I don't even care.
Ah!
If I was okay, I wouldn't be lying here, would I?
All right. Yeah. Good grief.
Very nice.
Rat pig. I like it.
I guess...
Yes. I don't believe this.
Yeah, what's a ranch?
Huh?
Oh my god.
Really?
Yep, we just unlocked a new mechanic. You can raise livestock for cooking ingredients. Place the livestock you want to raise in the barn and give them feed. You can give them paid feed to raise more faster. You can get ingredients once your livestock grows over time. Livestock also comes attacked by stray Zeugles. Mice can get in the barn, which will keep them from growing. So you need to post a guard dog to lower the rate of attacks, and a guard cat to lower the rate of mice. Well, you don't like my glasses, Black File? Hey, Mother Mirror said, we just got a ranch. What we got here? Yeah, no, those glasses, we're going to leave those up at least until we have a major, serious cutscene. Like, we have to have him being like, "Why, I had to fill your dark soul with light!" And he's got to be wearing those glasses while he does it.
Since we've decided to stop, we should make use of the opportunity.
Do you mean me?
It doesn't matter who.
Are we still in the tutorial Trihexia? Like, I think we are at this point. Honestly, probably one for the face of it, Tim. And then more would depend on how irritating it is to, you know, ranch. Cows take time to grow, but their meat is exquisite. Chickens grow quickly, making them a readily available source of meat. And pigs are great, but attracts Zeugles. We've got Miracle Feed, which makes them grow faster. Speedy, which, hang on. Miracle makes them grow large and fast. Fat makes them large, speed makes them fast. So let's do, we can also just do regular feed, which is free. Let's do a fattening feed, since why not? Pig, fattening feed, chicken, fattening feed, let's do it. And we've got 2 cats and 2 guards on guard here. I mean, we were just talking about that Morganite, but kind of, yes. I say kind of because obviously it depends. It always depends, but yeah. Listen, pigs are weird.
We should think about eating soon.
Really? Not all that hungry myself.
Don't make me say it again.
Yeah, good idea.
If it was extensive but not irritating, that might not even be a negative then. It might be 37 Honestly, that might only be 1 negative. And even that might not even be that negative. It would depend, as it always does. But I would lean towards no. As in no negative. Okay, so I think we are good to progress. Progress time, go. Save. So clearly this place is a paradise, so what's the catch? What horrifically evil process are these people using? And remember, they have more soul-sucking production here than any of the other nations, any of the other territories. So... I actually already have a theory of what's going on here, and whether it's messed up or not is actually debatable.
Look, Renan soldiers.
Do the Renans control this city? I've never seen so many of them in one place before.
No. Look at the cores on them. These people are all Dahnans. They're slaves.
If they are, they're awfully well dressed.
And they're smiling, too. Something weird's going on here.
Something unnatural.
Forgive the intrusion, but if I'm not mistaken, you're newcomers to Elda Menancia, yes? Please, you have no reason to be alarmed. My name is Drashin. I work at the Department for Welfare.
Department for Welfare?
We work to support the day-to-day living of all citizens. Welcoming newcomers to the realm is a part of our job, albeit one we rarely have the pleasure to perform.
Let me guess. We get a free pair of shackles as a welcome gift.
Perish the thought! Your trepidation is perfectly understandable, but I assure you, our way is quite different. In the past, this realm was no different from any other, and run by a rather merciless ruler. But all of that changed once His Excellency, Lord Dohalim, assumed power 7 years ago.
Dohalim?
Under him, for the first time in our lives, we Dahnans were treated with the respect we deserve. Lord Dohalim is adored by Dahnans throughout the realm, and we serve him with gladness.
Am I hearing you right? The Dahnans here willingly serve a Renan lord?
Please, see for yourself. You're free to go anywhere you like. Just ask if you should need anything.
What is it? Spit it out.
It's just, we came here to free everyone.
Uh-huh.
But the Danans of this realm are all happy to serve Dohalim. Are there any walls that even need tearing down?
Who cares? That just makes our path to Dohalim that much clearer.
I guess, but...
Still, Droshin said we should check things out for ourselves. Maybe we should look around a bit, see what we learn.
Everyone is all smiles.
I've never seen a city so lively before.
Here's my theory. I'll go ahead and tell you now. Because someone mentioned mind control earlier, which is certainly feasible, but I think what's happening here is they pay soul energy as taxes. And in order to have as many people being taxed as possible, they want as many people to be happy and prosperous, and therefore healthy as possible, to have as many families and kids as possible, to continue to grow, to get more taxes. And that's why this one is the one that keeps being up on top when it comes to the whole soul generation, astral arts energy thing. That's my take on it. And if they're smart, gameplay-wise, story-wise, they'll do something with that. We must free these people from what? Error. Answer not found. You heard him. Kids like you can't wear our armor. You'd have to grow into it first. So not a, classism thing, just a age thing.
Everyone walking the streets looks so calm and happy. I guess it really is true they don't treat Danans as slaves here.
Did they actually somehow achieve equality here? And if they did, why? To what end?
Something here doesn't feel right. Even though they sure want to act like it does.
What is going through that Lord Dohalim's mind, I wonder?
That's true, Yada. That's fair. But so, yeah, there's a lot of ways this could be evil. I'm gonna laugh if it isn't. Like, if it just straight up is not evil. I'll probably also give it a story positive, not just for the subversion, but because that's actually a neat idea. The bum on the street was someone who made it here. See? I made it here, finally. And that little girl walks up and says, I'll get you some help. So apparently gardening is a respectable occupation here. We're technically slaves, but we get paid for our work. That's not... okay. Lord Dohalim established a bunch of reforms, yada yada yada. I mean, not to spoil, but it wouldn't be the first Tales of game that made us the bad guys. That random citizen just convinced that guard to go back onto guard duty for the sake of the kids. I mean, they could make this a whole thing where, you know, Shion's whole approach to I need to kill the lords no matter what starts to get called into question. Renin medical technology is used on locals.
What's this thing?
Yeah, what if there's one lord that's just good? That's just like, alright, you want to set up this horrible, screwed up system? Fine! I'm gonna do it in a way that helps people. Suck it! She has not told us yet, no, Traxia. We actually know very little about most of the characters' motivations still.
Huh? I think someone's calling out for us.
They could have something they need from us.
I'd say it was fine, Venetia. That being said, the 40 minutes of, you know, non-interactive cutscenes thereafter, not quite as much.
Right.
That can't be.
Okay, sure.
What's this?
Wow.
Hey!
So, the specific tusks actually change color when interacting with poison, right?
Zoogle fangs would make great weapons.
You need to stop this fixation with weapons.
Seriously.
You're the same way about food. Are you planning to stop that?
He likes weapons, she likes food. But anyways, so they want them in the palace just in case anybody wants to poison someone else. There you are. No, the bots. It's weird.
Maybe something's going on in the forest.
No. There we go.
I guess.
Sure.
The training grounds used to be a gruesome place where slaves had to fight each other as well as Zoogles. But then the current lord came to power and put a stop to that. Now it's the training facility.
Sure.
And it sounds like a new mechanic. No, if I had to pick an FF7 character she's most like, it sounds more like Yuffie to me. She sounds more like Yuffie. Although I suppose that depends on what metric we're using.
Okay.
My god, it's this giant dragon thing that just swoops in and kills people. If only you could kill it. Oh my god, you killed it! Here's the bounty for killing it.
All right.
Hey!
Thanks. Law is now a bounty hunter. How appropriate. Oh, I can see a Rinoa. That's a better one. I was trying to limit myself to FF7, and I was kind of stumbling because I couldn't think of one. But yeah, she's very Rinoa. Just less... No, actually, I'm going to take that back. She's not Rinoa at all. No, I know who she is. No, not Yuna. She's Squall.
I hear a voice. Somebody's asking for help.
Hopefully it's nothing that'll be too hard.
Oh god, it's the food guy again.
What's wrong?
Yes! Ah!
Sort of wretched fungus you try to stuff down my throat. Don't worry, this isn't Hollow Knight.
How?
Huh?
Beef stew. Oh, I would kill people for beef stew right now. I would kill and eat people for beef stew. Meat, potatoes, mushrooms, tomatoes. Which we have.
Right. Nice work. Right.
It says here I have to let it simmer for 5 hours.
I don't believe this.
5 hours pass.
Great. Very nice. What?
I guess...
Law.
Yeah! Whoa! Is that... Oh, this is bad. Real bad.
Ah!
Just great.
Yes!
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with Rinwell. Although she reminds me of, Squall's sister. I can't think of her name.
Amazing! No wonder the old man was so gung-ho about it.
See? What did I tell you?
Sheila, you've got sauce on your face.
Alone. That's her. This guy right here is, of course, Laguna. People used to have to carry heavy and dangerous stuff. But not anymore. Yeah, this is too good. Either this is actually as good as it looks, and we're gonna have to either be the bad guys or defend it, depending on how brave they're feeling like being. Or, this is horrifically evil. One of the two. And no in between. Okay, so not all the guards are totally cool with this. That's good to know. One of them still thinks Danans are a little bit below them.
Guess we can take this?
The other one thinks that they shouldn't allow unrestricted travel to the other realms. I will say this, I do think FF8 has a superior plot to FF7's. But FF7 also suffers from having the worst translation in the entire franchise. So... And games like FF4 and FF6 got retranslations. FF7 never has. See you around, Trithon.
So these are the training grounds. The atmosphere here feels different compared to the rest of Vicent.
It's just a nicer name for a place where people go to fight.
Okay, I gotta read that one out loud.
It's still a good way for us to test our strength. Stop sweating the small stuff.
My fists feel like a ball of fire. I bet I could take the advanced trials no problem. Don't get ahead of yourself, you're drunk. Did you forget you flunked the entrance exam for the guard? The reason your hand feels like that is because you punched a wall. Yep. I would prefer totally good. Especially because they could then do one of two things with it. They could have some really cool, complicated storytelling, you know, actual mature Dragon Quest-y storytelling. Or they could still have a thing where we have to defend the place and kind of tilt our perspectives on the end, which wouldn't be as good, but would still be good. As for why FF7's translation is so terrible, I mean, the first and most obvious reason is it didn't get the touch-up. Every other one did. FF6's original SNES translation is not good. Neither's 4's, 5 didn't get one at all, etc., etc. So it was kind of standard, to be blunt about it. And they just never went back and fixed it. That being said, FF7 still has the worst translation, even counting the originals of FF4, 6, and 1. The reason there is actually pretty easy to understand. I bet you could tell me the reason without even knowing it. Let's see how this works. Focus on other areas? Nope. Quantity of dialogue? Actually, FF6 has a little bit more dialogue in it. Not by much. 8 has more too. 9 has much more. Nope. It was a substantial time of upheaval for the company. And so they were transitioning into just doing things in a new order. There was a lot of chaos and hassle going on behind the scenes. They did the big switch from Nintendo to Sony, when Sony was still kind of getting started and still proving itself, so the PlayStation wasn't a big thing yet. And of course, they were really focusing on the graphics, so the dialogue didn't get quite the level of attention. Even in the original Japanese, the dialogue in FF7 is not fantastic. It's merely serviceable. And then, of course, we have the fact that they kind of pushed it out the door a little bit quickly because they wanted to hit the European market as quickly as possible, so they spread themselves a little bit too thin. And what we got is FF7. Not yet, Richard. That's interesting. That's just straight up armor. And then a lot of... Oh, wow, that's a lot of gear. Including a Summer Beach parasol, which we all know is the best thing to get. I think the junction system deserves at least some of the hate it receives, to be blunt. Not because the system itself is bad, quite the contrary, it's a fantastic system. But I do very firmly think that the connected systems are not good. As I've talked about many times. If you've never seen me talk about it, you could have an excellent combat system, but unless the terrain design, enemy design, encounter design, interface design, HUD design, controls are all also good, then that excellent combat is just going to fall flat, isn't it? You need to have connecting systems that are good. Junctioning was okay, and the junctioning concepts were good. The rest of it... That's a level 32.
Oh man, I hope I live long enough to regret this.
Burning! You're mine! In here!
Yeah, they do not want to stay still, and I'm already dead.
If only I'd been more careful.
They are literally one-shotting me.
I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Oh, just die. Just die. Just die.
Dragon swarm!
They've got me in their sight.
Okay, here I go.
I've taken too much.
To stop you dying?
Right.
Here I come!
I'm also not even scratching the paint on them. We are level... Give me a second. I'm pretty sure we're level 18, though. It does say we're level 30. I actually missed that last time. 19. Sorry, we're level 19 now. Well, I can wait.
I still can't believe I'm seeing Dahnans and Renans getting along.
I know, I thought this was races in the game.
All be an act on orders from the Renans.
To what end? It would be an incredible amount of effort just to fool us.
Let's check out more of the city. There's probably places we haven't seen yet.
Also, entirely too easy for someone to screw it up. All it'd take would be one person in town being like, hey, don't listen to them. Or just kind of, you know, giving some kind of clandestine sign.
So's mine. I'm gonna help him when I grow up.
Looks like Dahnans are working in the quarry.
Let's go check it out.
So, do any of you know anything about Lord Dohalim?
I think I remember hearing something back in Sislodan about how he fights using a rod.
A rod?
I don't know the details, but from what I gather, he swings a long rod around and uses it to stab and smack people from afar. I think there's also something he does with, like, trees or grass or something? I forget.
Grass?
Bear in mind that Elda Menancia harvests Earth astral energy. It would be no surprise for him to have some sort of control over plants.
So basically the point is we know nothing about the guy. Wish we weren't going in completely blind.
Oh, here's the quarry. You can go ahead and check it out if you want, but don't fall into the grinder.
Stay sharp. We're going in.
I'm sorry. I'm not feeling well today. Could I please take the day off?
Oh, that's terrible. Rest up and try not to strain yourself. I'll let the others know.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Jesus Christ, I don't get a day off. What the hell are these people getting a day off for? Get back to work, you filthy slave! That's another one, Mr. Red. Not that you're there to hear that. Yeah, what the hell's a sick day? Okay, I'm not really joking. As I've talked about before, back when I worked at standard 9 to 5, we didn't really get sick days. Some cases we'd get mandated sick days, which you can then spend, but that's its whole other level of ugh to deal with. Oh god, it was so bad, Ross. Did you watch the VOD to hear what happened? What I mean is that slavery is another thing, excuse me, chattel slavery, let's be very clear about this, is another thing that doesn't exist in the extant. As a concept.
It seems like the soldiers are there to actually protect them rather than keep an eye on them.
I don't get it. How can it be like this?
To be totally honest with you, I am too, Ross. Like, he took a bit of a risk there. To be completely blunt, I'm pretty sure most people couldn't have dealt with what I dealt with. And that could have gone badly for him. Like, that's not a brag, that's a statement of fact. You know what's funny is I bounce around in my opinion on that, Venetia. I think ultimately it's because I like both concepts. I've talked about this several times. It's total homogenization versus hyper-specialization. Do you want each character to play completely differently, FF7R1? Or do you want each character to basically play the same, and thus you just bring your favorite and set them up however you want to? FF7.
Halt!
That
I
is
presume you're Alphen
interesting
of
armor.
Orbis Calaglia? I'm Captain Kisara of the Elder Guard.
Just Kisara? No last name would make you a Danon.
So it does. Is that a problem?
The Guard. Wait, so you're saying the Lord of Elda has Danons protecting him?
In this country, Danon guardsmen aren't unusual. Everyone who enlists does so of their own free will.
She sounds like she's serious, Alphen.
That makes no sense. Don't your people remember 7 years ago?
Wouldn't you be grateful if you were finally allowed to live as a free person?
And for my part, there is no greater honor than being chosen to serve His Excellency, Lord Dohalim.
I feel no shame. But all of that aside, I came seeking you, Alphen, at Lord Dohalim's behest. He wishes an audience with you.
I like her armor.
With us?
Indeed. He awaits you at Autolina Palace. That is, if you choose to accept. I am here only as a messenger, not a kidnapper. Your reply?
All right. We'll meet your lord.
Very well. I shall return and deliver your acceptance. Please don't keep him waiting too long.
Like, there's a couple of details I don't care for about it.
Go.
Like everything about the
what
rear.
lies beyond this point?
A quarry manned by Danon laborers.
Nothing else?
There's a Danon medical facility for the severely ill at the back. However, for sanitation reasons, it's kept off limits, even to guardsmen.
That was odd. Why do you think this Dohalim would want to see us?
It's probably a trap.
Still, they already know we're here. Not like we can start being stealthy now. We might as well listen to what he has to say.
But yeah, it
Hey,
looks...
Are you sure about going? What if it's a trap?
That's no reason to back out now.
Law's right. I get your concern, but we should buckle down.
So, if you look at that armor from the front, it's surprisingly functional. It's plates of armor that are strapped to an undersuit, in that case, some kind of leather. The problem is, why is her entire... I want to say aft, but I don't mean her ass. I mean, literally, everything behind her is not covered. Like, her entire back is exposed. The rear of her legs is exposed. The rear of her arms was exposed. What? That's like, that's the kind of thing I would expect from a boss in a video game. I've got all this armor up front, but in back I've got a big glowing weak point. I mean, why would you have armor like that? Anyways. I also love the colors. Gold, white, and black go very well together.
Whew. I don't sense any more enemies.
I just don't get it. The Danons have endured years of suffering. How could they just turn around and trust the Renans all of a sudden?
Yeah, I've been wondering the same thing. But I guess they must have a pretty good reason, right?
Like what? What could erase 300 years of pain and suffering?
Maybe it's precisely because they suffered for so long that they see Dohalim as something of a savior.
Hey, whose side are you on here, Alphen?
Relax, Rinwell. All I'm saying is that we shouldn't jump to assumptions about these people until we know more about the situation.
I just don't get it.
That Kisara woman. She sounded pretty smug about serving Dohalim, didn't she?
She still has a Renan for a boss. How is that any different from being a slave?
Renan society is a meritocracy. To us, it's seen as natural that those who sit at the top rule over the rest.
It's the same old wall as the rest of Dana at the end of the day, just with a different coat of paint.
I guess it can change people's attitudes if they can at least serve someone they respect.
But they're still being deceived. It's obvious that's what's happening.
On the one hand, her loyalty really did seem to be genuine. But on the other hand, Calaglia had its fair share of Dahnans who just accepted Renan rule because it was all they'd ever known. With that in mind, it can be hard to tell if her loyalty truly came about on its own, or if it's just the result of years of subjugation.
Who knows? It might clear some things up if we hear what Dohalim has to say.
Yeah, you're right. Let's make our way to the palace.
Correct, Savacom. Still hasn't been unveiled. Assuming it ever will be. I mean, I'm liking the skits audibly.
The towering structure at the center is the palace.
You think it's dangerous to go inside?
It's not a question of danger. We're going inside regardless.
I'm still not sure what I think of the comic book style thing. The skits have been decent quality, so they're probably going to be a positive, but... Frankly, I was skeptical about coexisting with Dahnans. You get used to them. Dahnans, Dahnans, I don't know, whatever. These people. These people, you gotta say it right. Yeah, I think I might end up being neutral on it, too. I do like the skits in general, but I've kind of always liked the skits. In every Tales of game.
Hey!
I've actually already given a negative for music direction, and a plus for music.
Pretty fancy place they got here.
There's no way this isn't a trap.
Narrator. It's not a trap. Oh my god, he's Egyptian. Run!
Your guest, my lord.
Thank you, Kisara. You're the wielder of the blazing sword, the liberator of Calaglia. You do dress humbly for someone of such grandeur. But where are my manners? I am the ruler of Elda Menancia. I'm Lord Dohalim Ilkaris.
If you know who we are, then you know how strange it is to invite us into your palace.
I thought I'd clear up your misconceptions before things could escalate. What do you say?
I also like her earring,
You
by the way.
did come here to defeat me, did you not?
Perhaps, and what if we did? Are you planning to fight us here?
I don't think that will be necessary. After all, I imagine you've taken in a fair amount of his scent by this point. Have you come across even one slave being abused? Soldiers killing for sport? Suffering of any form? I would hazard that you have not. For I have liberated Menancia from its suffering and brought joy to its people. But if these results are not enough to stay your sword... I commend you for your boldness, but it won't work on me. Still, your would-be assassination cannot go unpunished.
But he wields a bow. I like it.
Alphen!
Fair enough. Allow me to host you for dinner. We shall continue our talk then. Kelzelik?
Yes, my lord.
Please escort our guests if you would be so kind.
Oh.
As you wish.
Okay. He's the evil one. First of all, he's a chancellor in a JRPG. Second of all, did you see his face? It was only there for a second.
For being so careless.
What I get? What were you thinking attacking him on your own?
What are you upset about? Our whole goal is supposed to be overthrowing the lords. Remember?
He could have been hurt.
And it wouldn't have been the first time either. What's gotten into you?
Hey, you do know that Alphen is really just worried about you, right?
He's worried?
I mean, that's what it looked like to me. But maybe not.
Okay, I got my wish. We had a serious cutscene. I'll take off the goofy glasses now. Lunar Corruption. Oh, I like the sound of that. It's also an AG1. Oh, I want several of those. Let's get that one first. Lock that one. It was amusing, I'll admit it. But you can only do a joke once. Ah, crap.
It pains me to see that Renan cuisine isn't to your liking. I asked my chefs to prepare only the
Look at him! Look at him! He's even got the stash to be evil.
2 wasted opportunities.
Wow, she's not eating. That's saying something.
Why did you set the Danans here free when you took over?
But you are mistaken. You see, I may rule single-handedly, but on my own, even I cannot change the order of things. But what is within my power is the welfare of the people. The fostering of a mutual respect among the classes. This I can change.
Sounds a lot like the Danans are still oppressed, if you ask me.
Only in the sense they continue to serve as laborers, yes. However, I assure you they are fairly compensated for their efforts. This harmony we strive for is the current pinnacle of Renan-Danan coexistence.
Harmony and coexistence between the Renans and the Danans.
What about the crown contest? This doesn't exactly make you a shoo-in.
And yet, the Danans here are even more productive than when they used to face daily lashings. In any case, the crown contest is of little importance to me, and even less to Elda Menancia. You see, I have no interest in becoming sovereign.
Which is apparently a big deal. It's your luck stat, Trihexia. Increases crit chance, loot drops. It's luck. Still using a bow.
Stop this! Please! It's over! Stop!
Now that's interesting.
How could you? I swear, I'll never forgive you for this!
For what? Defending himself against someone trying to kill him?
It is not by choice that one assumes the throne of a realm. But sovereign is a different matter entirely. I have no interest in playing their game.
Are you saying you'll withdraw from the contest?
I guess if you don't plan to ascend the throne, there's not much reason to harvest energy from Danans, is there?
Let the ambitious fight it out amongst themselves. All I care for is maintaining peace throughout my realm.
So what? Your personal desires are all that matter to you?
Take a look in the mirror. I may not play their games, but you have outright betrayed your own. You've torn down 2 of my fellow lords. What precisely is your aim? spare me your answer. I care not for your reasons. Suffice it to say, I will not impede you.
Sorry. She's the only one who's eaten. Look at her plate.
Should you threaten the peace of my realm, I will respond. I suggest you conclude your business and leave Menancia at your earliest convenience. Kelzelik. Our guests depart. Please see to their lodgings for the night.
I like his outfit, too.
I shall arrange for rooms for
Not
you
his.
all at a local inn. It is a short ways down the road. You may stay there for the night, after which I suggest you promptly make your departure.
Damn, look at how ritzy this place is. How many rooms do you think it's got?
Don't you think you're being a little too relaxed? They could strike at any moment.
If they were going to attack us, they would have done it already.
It's decent armor. I'm with it. Yeah. Yep, nope. She's into food. Got it. Let's go talk to the evil one here.
So you're the blazing sword of Calaglia now, huh? Come to think of it, I remember Ganabelt calling you that too.
Yeah, you're getting to be pretty famous among the lords.
Yeah.
Killed 2 of them.
And that's not a good thing either.
2 of 5.
What do you mean? That's something you should be proud of, if anything, Alphen. They're scared of you, man. You're a real badass.
It's not as simple as that, Law. The more well-known he is, the more people might come after him.
No, that's not what I'm worried about.
It isn't?
When people call me that, it feels like there's something hanging over me that shouldn't be there. It's hard to put into words, but it's something that doesn't feel like a part of me. Something I can't let be a part of me. Or else.
Well, I still think it's pretty amazing, but that's just me.
Okay, yeah. He's definitely plotting something. I mean, if you think about it, let's assume that everything's on the up and up, and he's like, hey, I'm in charge, and everyone's cool with each other. Cool? Cool. I guarantee you there'd be some run-ins who would try to do a revolt against him, literally for no other reason than the fact that they disagree with with his progressive views. That's another thing that's happened in real-life history quite a bit. Let's treat people decently. No! They are nothing more than bugs to be stepped upon.
Do you really think we should trust accommodations from a Renan lord? How do we know it's safe?
Like we have any other choice. We can't go and set up camp outside of town at this hour.
Honestly, I'd still take that over staying here. What if they try to kill us in our sleep?
I doubt that's the case. His best chance to kill us would have been back at the palace. His true intentions aside, for now, at least we're in his good books.
Then we probably shouldn't test his patience. Let's find that inn and check in.
Interesting. All we ever got was a tattered blanket, a rock-hard bed, and well past its prime food.
What are you talking about?
What we got for our slave labor back in Calaglia. As you can tell, it wasn't much at all. Here, the Danans get the same basic amenities, but the quality is way better than anything we were given. Hell, apparently they even get time off to do what they want. If I'm being honest, I'm not sure how to take all this in.
Off?
Could it be that things were simply harsher in Calaglia compared to everywhere else?
It was the same in Cyslodia, too. Our buildings and clothing were equipped to handle the cold, but that was the only difference. Working the floodlights was a form of punishment, so we didn't really get rewarded for anything that we did.
Yeah, you could be assigned to fix food or make daily necessities too, but when all was said and done, most of that stuff went to the Renans. There wasn't much in the way of compensation for any of that, so I'd say that Cyslodia and Calaglia were both pretty awful.
Then Elde Menancia really is unusual.
To say the least. Hell, I might even go so far as to call it crazy. But the fact remains, Danans aren't free here.
Yeah, no matter how happy they look, they're still slaves.
I don't even know what to think right now. This is all way too much to deal with. It's giving me a headache.
All this thinking is not his purview. I would actually prefer it if they completely ejected the lip flaps from the comic book sections, from the skits. It's honestly distracting, and I think it's probably the only thing I would say is bad about them.
So that was Lord Dohalim, huh? He sure is something. Definitely not like the other lords we've met up until now.
At first, he sounded like just some snobby royal, but he immediately shut down Shion's surprise attack. He's tougher than he looks.
Definitely. After all, he's a lord for a reason.
The food was pretty damn good, too.
Why are you two complimenting him? You just said it yourself, Alphen. He's a Renan lord.
Yeah, but he didn't act hostile towards us.
You're reading him wrong. He's acting indifferent. He's attempting to keep some distance between himself and everyone else. It's obvious.
What are we going to do then? Vicente seems to be legit peaceful. Are we just gonna do as he says and leave things be?
I'm not entirely sure. For now, I think it would be best for us to rest at the inn and think about our options.
One second. See you around, Richard. Have a good one. That's honestly kind of what I'm thinking right now. My initial guess was completely wrong.
Welcome, fair travelers. Lord Dohalim's retainer told us to expect you. It is an honor for you to stay with us. Please, make yourselves comfortable.
This is better than I expected. The room. It's nice.
Huh? Oh, yeah. It is pretty nice.
You okay, La? You're a million miles away.
Nah, it's weird. I felt strange ever since we arrived here. Can't seem to shake it. Maybe it's something about this place.
You're just tired. I'm feeling pretty sluggish myself.
You too?
Seriously, you two? A word to the wise, our work here is far from over. Get yourselves together.
Sorry, but I need to call it a day. Let's meet back here tomorrow morning and see where things go from there. Sound good?
Sure, but keep an eye out for anything strange, okay? We still don't know how safe this place really is. Are you two feeling any better?
Yeah, A good night's sleep seems to have done the trick.
I wonder why we felt so out of it. You think it might have been because of all the food we ate?
You don't think they slipped something into our food, do you? That must be it.
If they were making an attempt on our lives, we'd know it by now. Though, on the other hand, they could be warning us off.
Come to think of it, you didn't eat anything at the meal, Rinwell. Aren't you starving?
Oh, I made myself something later.
You missed out. That was some mighty fancy grub they served yesterday.
What? And give the enemy a chance to poison me too? Are you crazy?
What's the big deal? Shion ate it too, remember? And we both tried the same stuff.
Well, maybe they laced it with poison that's only harmful to Danins,
That's enough, Rinwell.
Yeah, she's 300 years old or something.
A cat? Where'd it come from?
There's something on its collar. Hold on a sec.
I think it's trying to lead us somewhere.
I'm gonna follow it.
Hey! Where do you think you're going?
I mean, that wouldn't surprise me, Trihex. If you remember, very early on, having cooked food, just food that is not raw, was considered unusual. So, yeah, being given palace food, that was probably a thing. She could just be young, but no, she's 300 years old.
There it is!
Stay close. We're gonna lose it.
What's gotten into you, Law?
This might be the lead we've been waiting for.
Seriously?
Yeah. Some people train animals to act as messengers. They don't attract attention, see?
And you think that someone might be using that cat? To reach out and send us a message or something?
I could be wrong, but it's possible.
I'm impressed. I would never have thought of that.
You would think of using a cat as a weapon, though.
Use them in Cyslodia.
She's so adorable.
So, that black cat, do you think it works for someone?
I'm sure it does. It wouldn't try to lead us around like that if somebody didn't train it to.
I wouldn't know. I've never had one myself. If I did, it'd probably try to eat poor Hootle.
Aww.
I wonder who they are, though.
I
doubt this is Dohalim's work.
Yeah, he has no reason to do this. Although we can't rule out that it might be one of his lackeys either.
You think one of his subordinates is up to something?
That Dohalim guy is a pretty unusual character for a Renan, let alone for a Lord. It's hard for me to imagine that they all agree with what he's doing. Maybe one of them plucked up the courage to go rogue.
Well, let's head further in. I'd like to figure out at least one of the mysteries of this place.
I mean, would it surprise you if the cat was the real master of the land?
Where do you think it's trying to lead us?
Who knows? We should hurry. We don't want to lose it.
Whoever came up with this is pretty damn clever.
Yeah, it just looks like an ordinary cute cat.
Time to pay the taxes. By the way, I wish I could say I came up with that idea.
After the chase it's led us on, there's got to be something up ahead.
Let's go farther in.
But it's actually something I got from a myth source book of all things for GURPS. The idea that a particularly powerful mage lord or necromancer who was in charge of a fiefdom or a nation or a country could actually be like, all right, so, you know, here's what you can pay in taxes. You can pay money, you can pay service, or you can pay soul, and just have a portion of your soul pulled out. The idea has stuck with me ever since, for obvious reasons. Don't worry, Harriet. We're fine. We're fine. Does your soul come back? In that setting, yes. In that particular setting, the way it works out is more like, rather than your HP being permanently drained or whatever, it's more like your HP is temporarily drained, if that makes sense. A couple of days of good rest and sleep and food, and you regenerate, right? And you're fine. But you do have to kind of be like, for a bit, because of the experience of having your life trimmed out.
Right, here goes!
Yeah, exactly, In fact, I believe it's literally that way in the system, because again, it's GURPS.
It's over! It's over!
Nobody actually plays Souls games. Alright, so,
shut him down!
cat taxes doesn't sound like something I want to interact with.
On our radar.
I'm gonna go with yes, Phoenicia. I had to think about that for a second.
I get that underground forests aren't exactly something you see every day. I really could have done without any Zeugles running around.
You said it. I get the city up top surrounded by castle walls. But now I won't be able to sleep easy knowing they're lurking underneath.
You have nothing to fear. Zeugles work for the Renans. There might be strays out here, but the other Zeugles won't let them get close.
Using the Zeugles to keep watch over their own kind, huh? That would explain why we're not seeing any guards.
Yeah, which makes it that much easier for someone to hide around here, too.
Oh my gosh. There's so many skits! I'm not complaining, I like them.
Ah! Sorry, Shion. My foot slipped. Are you all right?
I should be asking you. What am I saying? Of course you're okay. It's easy to forget sometimes. If anybody else had been in your place, they'd be howling right about now.
Huh? Oh, right. You mean your thorns. Yeah, I'm, no worse for wear over here. Again, sorry for brushing you like that without warning.
Well, just be careful. Hey, Alphen?
Hmm?
Forget it. It's nothing. I'm sorry to bother you.
Oh, okay.
What's with those two?
Ask again when you're older. So, I don't remember if you ever watched either of our Mario Galaxy runs or have played the Mario Galaxies, Mr. Red? Question mark. If you haven't, that's fine. You can just tell me I'm stupid and you hate me. Beat me up a bit, you know.
I've got a really bad...
It's like Evo on me, she likes to beat me up.
Come and face me! Dragon Swarm!
Raging Cascade!
Take this! I'm on it! You'll get it!
One of the worlds was called Hailfire Peaks, I believe. It was a world that was literally ice and lava at the same time. Now, that's insanity, of course, but I admit when I first played that stage, the idea intrigued me, and I started thinking about how I could apply it. So what I came up with is a planet that's a little bit outside the Goldilocks zone, so it doesn't really get that much external heat, but has something going on internally that generates a lot of internal heat. So you go a little bit down below the surface, you have a fairly hot.
The reason the trees around here are so big is
a fairly hot and I don't want to say unlivable, but definitely, you know, very magma seas of. Oh wow, that's an interesting picture to focus on. She apparently wields a shield. I like her already. You know, seas of lava, cavernous, blah 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 blah, and then you go up above the surface, and it's generally cold, frozen, snowy, etc. Again, probably not to the actual extremes of Mario Galaxy, but that's because I'm trying to do something that actually works, as opposed to a level in Super Mario Brothers. So that's what I was generally thinking. I also kind of like the idea that as a consequence of the dynamic of it, the desirability would be underground, because so much of the soil is incredibly rich, thanks to all of the churning and the magma and the ash, which is constantly cycling through certain sections of the soil. So I was thinking it could be one of the breadbaskets of the system. Obviously not the only one. We don't want to have one planet be a breadbasket for an entire system, but it could have been a major export back when it was a prison facility, right? And the original idea, back before it was a prison facility, back before you joined the Focus, the idea was for that to be like their big shtick, was that they were going to go to war and they were going to cut off a portion of the food supply and use that as their political capital to try and convince other factions to bend their way.
Because of astral energy, right?
It's possible, but give them enough time and trees can get pretty big on their own without any extra help.
It's true. Trees suck. You can quote me on that.
Right, here goes! Slide! Strike! I'm only getting...
That's a fascinating question, Tim. So, we'll just go with FF6, because I know FF6 inside and out. It's the smallest possible change that would make FF6 suck.
Try harder! I'm on it! Here I come! You're finished! Dragon Swarm!
The astral energy is surging around me.
How do you even know about all that astrally stuff?
Same way I know what you do in the middle of the night.
What? Are you serious?
I'm not gonna think about that. What I'm gonna think about...
No choice. Here I come!
How to make FF6 a bad game with a minimal amount of change.
Take this! It's over! It's over! Dragon Swarm! Talon Storm!
See, the irony is what I'm doing mentally is I'm thinking of all the things I dislike in JRPGs and thinking how they could be applied to FF6, and it wouldn't be hard. But it's a lot of changes if you think about it. Like, bad voice acting is a good example. Just really awful, cliched characters. Killing God with friendship.
Gotta break through!
Make several of the characters irritating and or whiny on purpose. Like, quintuple the HP of every enemy in the game. So they all have way too much health. Quintuple the damage all the enemies do, so they do way too much damage.
Can you take care of them?
Reduce the amount of experience and MP gained by a huge amount, so the game becomes substantially grindy. Not have any built-in things that actually allow you to progress your character, regardless of just straight-up experience.
Don't worry, I'll help you keep a wide berth.
Blow away!
We managed to pull through.
You know the really funny thing, Ross? Final Fantasy VI's last boss is actually very, very well designed from a gameplay perspective. The catch is, you're probably thinking, but FF6's last boss is a joke. No, it isn't. FF6's last boss is a boss in FF6, a game in which you can become extraordinarily powerful through multiple different methods, which are not mutually exclusive. Several people say FF6 is easy, and they're right, but it's not because the game itself is actually easy. It's because you have so many options to become powerful.
It's on! You're mine! Eat this! It's over!
I think that's a key distinction. Because, again, if you've actually studied the final boss fights and, you know, the final tower and the final Kefka fight, there's a lot that's going on there. And it's some really well designed and some legitimately terrifying stuff if you're not overpowered at the time.
I'm sorry to be a bother.
This is barely target practice.
Then why bother fighting them?
Because I certainly won't run away from a battle.
Oh my goodness. I like that idea too, Mr. Red. Add Jack into FF6. What's easier to make bad, FF6 or Chrono Trigger?
Yeah, I doubt anyone would hear.
Well, let me think about that for a minute. But first I want to finish answering Tim's follow-up question. Does that mean FF6 is so good, it would take a lot to make me dislike it? Yes. To be as completely blunt as I can, there's a reason FF6 has had the top slot for so many years, and even the relatively recent, not quite modern review kind of confirmed that. FF6 is a great game with a great story. What do you want from me?
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
No way!
I'll be saving
Burning!
this
Take this! It's over! Swallow Blade! Dragon Form!
Dance in the wind! Air thrust!
I need to be stronger.
Yeah, Shadow is usually one of the go-tos for speedrunners and challenge runners, because most of his mechanics completely bypass grind. All you need is to have specific items, and you fling those items, and they hit like a truck. The catch is Shadow cannot carry the party by himself. There's the 3-party mechanic in the final dungeon, but more to the point, the final bosses have too many moving parts, too many separate targets, and too much HP to simply be killed by Shadow by himself. Let's see. How do we make Chrono Trigger a terrible game? Or a bad game, at least. Ironically, I think most of the same changes would apply in the same general way. Make it so that, even if he's tool wielding, oh yeah. Even if you do the same basic stuff, you know, make it grindier, give them bad voice acting, screw up with the characters, it's basically the same chunk of changes. Type 3 time travel. So you mean Chrono Cross. I thought it was Hailfire. Hang on. Mario Galaxy. Hailfire Peaks. It is Hailfire Peaks. Yay. I was right. There's also the Freeze Flame Galaxy. And the Shiverburn Galaxy? But that's whatever. Anyways. Whoops, wrong button. I think you're right, Scatteray, now that you say that. Okay, so... What? Oh, you're asking if I'm autobattling. No, I have it completely turned off. I can actually prove that. Apparently I can't prove that while on the ladder. Hang on. There, see? Manual. I might be getting the name screwed up, Mr. Red, but whatever. Just say Freeze Flame. I know Freeze Flame's at least one of them. I mean, there's something appealing about just having those kind of diametric opposites in the same area, right? I mean, that's even in basic stuff like the Oasis in the desert.
Wow, that was a nice move there.
I know, right? Bet you couldn't do it.
So it's a grab here, thrust the left leg, then use the right arm to leverage over...
Stop memorizing my move!
An opponent like this should be easy.
Yeah, I often admit... let me actually walk that back. So one of my girlfriends, from a long time ago, obviously, used to go out of her way to belittle my ideas constantly, because a common method I use for my creative works is I take ideas or concepts that interest me from video games or shows or movies or books that I've consumed, and say, well, how could I do something with that? She used to just constantly be like, oh, so you don't have a single original idea, or you're stupid, or whatever, you get the idea.
You managed to pull through.
So I was really self-conscious about that for several years, and it took a while for me to get back out of that and become more comfortable with the idea. Because that is how I am, and I have no real actual shame about that nowadays. I look at stuff that interests me and I say, oh, that's cool. What could I do with that? I've said it before and I've said it again. I'm an editor. I'm a remixer at heart. I don't make a lot of original music, but I make some damn good choruses.
That focus goes double for you, Law.
Me? How come I get singled out?
Agreed, Scatterite.
Burning.
You know, it just occurred to me. There's another freeze flame spot.
Getting too strong.
Isn't that good?
Play along, would you?
Oh god, what's it called?
Yes, we can take this.
Hang on, I don't remember the name of the zone. It's in WoW. It's in Warlords. Frostfire Ridge. That's the one. Frostfire Ridge. That's another perfect example of what I'm thinking, except a little bit more... less magically inclined. Sorry, there we go. I just had to say that right.
Ow!
I mean, for being honest, I probably shouldn't have dated her to begin with, but that's true with literally everyone. Recently, my sister and I had a big old discussion about time travel. I think I've mentioned this on camera before. And it was this massive discussion, several hours worth, that boiled down to, you can go back to a point in your past, you retain all your memories, but you can change stuff all willy-nilly.
Right.
What do you change? One of the things she was amused by was the fact that I would actually still be single if I could do that. Like, I wouldn't have dated anyone that I dated as a kid.
Still got a ways to go.
As a kid, listen to me. Just noped out of the whole thing. How do I avoid WoW spoilers? I don't seek them out, so they don't happen to me.
Everywhere you look, it's nothing but green, green, and more green.
Just like Calagua.
Gotta break through.
Well, I think I've said this before, Sovacom. I don't know if you've heard me say this. I've never sought out a romantic relation before, or... What I mean by that is I've never asked a girl to date. They've always asked me. And so I went along with it because, of course I did. I mean, I'm a worthless, terrible nothing, so any woman who's going to show any kind of interest in me is obviously someone I should go ahead and accept, right?
Still more left.
Right.
That was pretty much the mentality. I just kind of went along with it in every case. And so I never actually wanted any of them.
Always room for improvement.
And never actually
What
tried
do you say
to
we check back in on the ranch?
go the other direction, effectively. So that's a save healing thing. That feels like that's going to be a boss. That's interesting. Yeah, no, we're legit around here, Tim. I could go to the ranch. We got to get to that campfire up there. Vertical progression is fine. It's simple,
crazy.
which isn't necessarily
I've
bad.
never seen anything like these plants before. It's like they're an invasive species. Not that I'm surprised. Calaglia's all dry and Cyslodia is...
Watch out!
The hell? Is that a Zoogle?
That thing is huge! Everyone, be careful!
That's level 23. Can I swap? I can't. I'll put that on him.
Why can't these dumb plants just keep to themselves?
Less whining and more fighting, Stank.
Yeah, I got you.
Watch it. The enemy is over there.
You're finished!
Let's get you out. Got you. Blah, blah, blah. Magic.
Oh my goodness.
It's over.
Eat this! Dragon Swarm!
This one's mine.
Eat this!
Got you.
Damn it! I can't get close enough to hit the main body!
Let's start by taking out the tentacles.
Sleep now.
Slash!
I'll be saving
Take this!
I can carve through all!
You're
Only
finished!
getting started.
Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
And again. Dance in the wind.
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
You're mine! I'll run you through! Here I come!
We're on the home
Try to
stretch.
make FF6 a CRPG?
I'm quite aware without you reminding me.
I mean, I would. Star Wars. You just answered your own question. Done! There it is.
Here I go. It's over.
Although, if you want, like, an example of what I would probably make out of that, picture Divinity Original Sin 2.
Here I go.
And there you go, really.
It's over!
I'm only getting started.
Actually, it's funny you say that. Something I've debated for literally decades at this point is the concept of making, like, if I ever get to work on FF6, actually making a playable Kefka thing, either as a paralogue or literally just like a side chapter or something that happens during the game. I haven't decided specific format, but basically make a Kefka perspective section of the game. And by section of the game, I mean a fairly large percentage of the game. No, not a redemption arc. No. No, the exact opposite of a redemption arc. You would have quest objectives that would boil down to kill people.
You're most comfortable at a range, aren't you?
I'm not really built for close quarters combat. Don't worry.
But it would be a lot of ways to further develop his character, showcase how flawed and broken he is, etc., etc.
Now you see what I can do!
I want to say how much I appreciate having a health bar on a JRPG boss.
Astral energy!
Say no more!
What, Sean? I couldn't hear you. No, you're not the only one.
Everyone okay?
I'm starting to get that it's a trap feeling again, guys.
We'll just pray you're wrong. Hey, there's that cat.
Looks like it's not done leading us yet.
I mean, FF6 is already kind of non-linear. World of Ruin. I'm telling you, she's 300 years old. Remember how she's so anti, the Renans, the Renans. What do you want to bet she was around for the initial invasion, and that's why she is so anti-Renan? Hello? There we go. God, what the... Okay, that was weird. Here we go, okay. I'm not going for anything on her in particular right now. Let's go with that one. I mean, you joke, Sean. I was talking earlier about how I would take the Stray concept and like, really expand upon it. I think they didn't go far enough with Stray. I just fail with it. Let's just grab all these. Much as I hate to take advice, I'll go ahead and take some advice. And that one. Saving on him right now. Mostly because I don't actually want any of that stuff. We're not at the betrayal yet. We're walking into the betrayal. Probably. Is she over? She is. Simple. You just take the cat with you, walk over, turn on the fan, and you're good. But if I had to turn FF6 into a completely non-linear RPG, I would probably divvy up the chapters of the World of Balance.
Better, that's for sure.
And do it Dragon Age Origins style. In other words, Dragon Age Origins isn't truly non-linear. It's more like there's several chapters. You can do those in whatever order. And then you know, those kind of tie in and you finish the thing. So...
I hate camping out.
You know, do you want to do the Doma arc? Do you want to do the Figaro arc? Do you want to do the Kohlingen arc? Etc. Or the
Should
Gedor
we
arc,
really be lighting a campfire in the middle of a forest?
You scared of starting a fire? As long as we put it out thoroughly afterwards, we'll be fine. Really, it's a good thing to have a fire here. It'll keep the Zeugles away.
Have you both forgotten what we've come out here to do?
I'll let them relax, Shion. It's good to unwind every now and again.
If you say so.
The last thing we made was the juice, so let's make the soup next. Yeah, I'll make Alphen make it.
This is great. The taste and aroma will blow everyone away. Mind if I join you, Law?
Hey, Alphen. When do you find the time to train?
What's brought this on all of a sudden?
It's just, even without the blazing sword, you'd still be able to hold your own, right? But I never see you training.
I'd hardly call it a regimen. Unless exchanging blows with Zeugles counts.
I mean, sure, I get that real-life practice beats training any day. But you must have the odd trick or two up your sleeve.
I just told you. I really don't.
Wait, I've got it. It's your armor, right? You channel the extra weight into your strikes and...
It's actually not as heavy as it looks.
Yeah, because it's
so
armor.
Not the armor, huh? In that case...
Just calm down a little, would you? Why are you so fixated on this anyway?
Well, because I want to make myself stronger.
You're strong enough as it is. I almost feel sorry for those Renan soldiers.
It's not enough. I need to keep working to get stronger. I won't allow myself to fail anyone again.
Law?
I'm useless the way I am now. If someone else dies because of me...
Law!
Sorry. Spiraling into self-doubt won't do me any favors. I know that.
After all, I used to play Zidane.
We're all just getting by, doing the best we can.
That's all we can ask of each other, right? It's as good a place as any to start, I guess.
To start what?
My new training regimen, of course. And what better way to kick it off than push-ups? 1, 2, 3, 4...
I admire your enthusiasm. Just don't overdo it, okay?
Just wait. You'll see how strong I can get. I'll take guard duty tonight. It's fine.
I do like Law. I like all 4 characters, but I like Law. He's cool.
I feel pretty refreshed after that sleep.
This had better not all be for nothing.
Somehow I doubt it'll be a wasted trip.
Really? Whatever you say, I guess. Let's follow.
So I have a suspicion what we're about to find after the boss fight. No, Hariant. Which is a shame. They could do some cool stuff with that, but whatever. Also, I'm not sure you could really break a conduit, Mr. Red. So let's just shelve that idea for now. Yeah, that's not a shock.
You know, for a guard, you're not too good at tailing people. Not to brag, but this kind of thing is my specialty.
So it really is you. When Law told us, I almost didn't believe it.
I'm just surprised you could do 2 things at once, Law.
What's that supposed to mean?
I mean, she wields a shield. I have to like her. It's written in the law.
Looks like somebody needs to be put in their place.
The one time I wanted to resolve things peacefully.
Never mind. She has a mace? That's a mace. Yep.
I thought you wanted us to leave.
You'll never make me talk.
Not helpful. In fact, you're pretty damn stubborn, you know that?
Take this! You picked the wrong fight! Dragon Swarm!
More with that!
All fast in there to thread you!
Glad you have your use.
I'll show you how useful I can be!
Anyways, I started stabbing.
Up and in! Let's go! Here goes!
Struck!
Your armor won't save you!
One more! Dance in the wind! Air drop!
Dragon Swarm!
The enemy is going all out! Here, let me help! Dance in the wind!
This is looking good!
He has a lot of HP, and I just fought a boss.
It's Dragon Swarm!
In here!
I'm not done!
I'll be saving this one! Lunar correction!
It's over!
Wind after
Dragon
wind!
Swarm!
Banana! Wind!
Dragon form!
What a
Here I come!
Raging
Move it!
Lunar corruption! In here!
I'm not
I'll
done!
be saving this one! Hear me!
This is taking a minute. I keep taking too long to charge that up.
All mine!
Lightning
Dragon
form! Whoa! Hey! One at a time! Dance to the wind! Air thrust! Will this help?
Where are we trying to kill this lady again?
Did you just heal me?
Yes, I need you, remember?
Right.
In here!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Lightning storm!
Take this!
Here's strike! Whoa! One at a time!
Dragon Swarm! I'm on it!
Dance in the wind!
Oh, I can change it mid-character. Let's see here. Do I have anything that does fire? I have destruction.
Take air thrust!
Destruction!
The enemy is going all out!
Ryan power!
Get on in there!
Using roar! Denied!
Hold nothing back!
Whoa! Hey! One at a
Dragon
time!
Swarm! I can carve through armor!
Thunderblade!
I owe you one! First strike!
Dragon
Swarm!
Reload! Dragon Flame! Reload!
I'm on it!
I'm out of
Dragon
ammo!
Blade!
Dance in the wind!
Dragon Swarm!
Dragon Flame!
Eat
I'm
this!
out!
Dragon Swarm! It's over!
Raging Lightning!
Eat this! Burn it! I'll run you through! Take this! It's over!
Wind after
This must be what it feels like for the bosses when they're fighting me when I'm tanking.
Flame of Fury!
Now I'm in the Dragon Swarm!
Lightning!
I'm on it!
Wind
Ready and
after
here I come!
Raging Cascade!
Smash you! It's over! Take this! You're finished! Run you through!
Do it!
Run well!
Demon's Descent!
Flashing Fang!
What's your deal, huh? Did Dohalim put you up to this? You send us away and then come to finish us off? I don't buy it.
I wonder. We came here following a black cat. What reason could you have for tagging along? Certainly not as a spy.
You think she might have business with whoever called us out here?
And even if she did, I highly doubt she was trying to keep us from harm. Am I wrong? Just who was it that led us out here? Answer me.
Are you serious?
Hold your horses. I'm the one who summoned you all here.
Who are you?
Well, maybe not all. Nice of you to drop by, Kisara. It's been a while.
You two know each other?
Hello, brother.
So, you're the big heroes who liberated Calaglia and Cislodia, huh? It's an honor to meet you all.
We didn't do it all on our own. We had a lot of support from others along the way.
So, wait. Kisara's your sister?
Yeah, doesn't the hair give it away?
Yep, that she is. The only family I have left. She was the dreamer of the two of us, full of hope for the future of this realm. For both Dahnans and Renans alike.
For siblings, you two don't exactly look like you're on the best of terms.
That's because Miguel here is a traitor. Isn't that right? We were in the Guard together. That is, until he was caught plotting to assassinate His Excellency Lord Dohalim. He took off after that.
Is that true?
You still believe that's what happened?
I don't see why I shouldn't.
Even if the truth slapped you in the face, you'd reject it. Same as back then. Heck, even now I'm still working to serve Lord Dohalim.
More lies. You haven't changed.
Before Lord Dohalim came to power, this country was ruled by an oppressive regime. We lost both of our parents to it. Back in those days, there were countless Dahnan children who had been orphaned by the Renan's tyranny, just like us. So we formed our own families among ourselves and helped each other out, surviving as best we could. And then Lord Dohalim came along. He abolished the oppression that kept us down, and the Dahnans were treated like people again. Menancia was reborn under his watch, and orphaned children became a thing of the past.
If so, then why did you betray him?
I'm not done talking. I'm sure you know the Renans are trying to harvest astral energy from us Dahnans.
Yes. Shion here told me that's how they decide their next sovereign.
That's right. There are 5 types of astral energy: earth, water, fire, wind, and light. All of them are contained within every living being.
And that's the excuse they use to enslave us.
You ever wondered what happens to living beings and other matter when they lose all their astral energy?
They just die, or so I thought.
If only. See for yourselves.
What the... Is that metal?
Not metal, but to be honest, your guess is as good as mine. I believe it's... nothing. Matter with no physical form, just a reminder of what was once there. They call it the hollowing.
The hollowing?
The process itself is invisible to the naked eye, but it makes the impacted area reflective. Once it consumes my whole body, that's it for me. I'm dead.
What? That can't... Miguel, when were you going to...
That's really messed up.
A sinister plot is unfolding as we speak. One Lord Dohalim is likely none the wiser to. It was blind luck I even found out about it. I tried to warn the man for all the good it did. Take a look at this. It's called the Fruit of Helgen. When a Dahnan eats this fruit, their body enters a heightened state, one that causes them to emit more astral energy than usual.
Hold on. Could this be the reason Alphen and Law were feeling out of sorts last night after we ate with Dohalim?
Sounds like you've been introduced to these things before. None too surprising either. Most of the realm's food supply contains traces of the fruit.
If that's what we ate, does that mean we'll become hollowed like your hand?
You don't need to worry. You'd have to consume a large amount of the fruit regularly to exhibit any symptoms.
But if that's the case, then why aren't I showing any symptoms? Why would you be inflicted and not me?
If I had to guess, because the guards' meals are free of it. Otherwise, they'd risk Lord Dohalim noticing. I tried to warn him, but all it got me was locked up. They force-fed me the fruit the entire time I was in chains. It's a miracle I made it out. They eventually left me for dead, thinking I would succumb to my condition. But I survived and managed to escape.
So the assassination plot, just a cover-up?
What?
Eventually, I found others like me, and together we founded the Gold Dust Cats. Our mission is to uncover the truth and warn Lord Dohalim. As you can see, though, we haven't gotten very far in that regard. But I'm hoping that's about to change, now you're here.
Which is all thanks to your faithful feline servant.
It was a shot in the dark, but fortunately you recognized her for what she was, and Zare accomplished her mission with flying colors.
So what's our plan of attack, boss?
One of the Lord's routine inspections of the city. It's the only time commoners can talk to him face to face. That's the idea, anyway. His security is bound to be on high alert, but with you lot along, it's the best chance we're going to get to approach him.
All right, we're in. But I have to know, how do you keep going with all you've been through? How have you not given up hope?
Hey, someone has to fight for the future of the Danans here.
The future?
Lord Dohalim may be a wonderful person, but in the end, he's still a lord like any other. And lords can be replaced. Once the current contest is over, the next lord of Elda Menancia will take over. Then it'll be back to square one for all of us. That's why it's imperative Lord Dohalim sees the light.
You really believe Dohalim is going to stick his neck out for a Danan like you?
Is it so impossible to imagine? Everything begins with a simple leap of faith.
That is the detriment of a benevolent dictatorship. Place the dictator, and you got issues.
Hmm? Huh?
Right.
I'm liking it more than I thought I would be, DJ2. It's certainly taken a direction I wasn't expecting. By all accounts, it seems the Lord is actually legit. But there are actually unpleasant things happening here. But it's nothing as overt as I was thinking. Infiltrating food is in my opinion, is one of the most insidious things you could do to a population, especially since there's many ways in which they wouldn't even notice it. An idea I had once, which later on showed up in Outer Worlds, of all things, although unintentionally there. Imagine for a moment that you had a people... Yeah, exactly, Ross. Water, air, and food. Those are the three big ones. Imagine you had a people who would magically sabotage, or technologically sabotage food to effectively remove the nutrition from it. So most of the necessary components of nutrition would no longer be in the food. Now, it would probably taste a bit differently. That's why I say you'd have to do something messed up with it. But people would be eating, but not getting full. They would effectively be just shoveling sand into their bodies. And so people would starve to death with full bellies. Yeah. But anyways, point being, yeah, so they're messing with the food. And it's not actually the Lord, at least we don't think it's the Lord as of this point in time. I have a feeling it's not. Instead, the Lord's either oblivious or uncaring, one of the two, to what's going on. He's not playing with the cats, he's training them. There's a difference. I just noticed what time it is. Actually, yeah, Star Wars. What they did with corn and corn syrup. Think about corn syrup for a second. Think about how many things have corn syrup in it. Now imagine you change the corn so that the corn syrup it produces starts to cause issues. And yeah, what they did in Logan was extraordinarily messed up. Like, that bothered me. That got to me. Okay, that's gonna do this real quick. I think so, Venetia. There might have been others because the world's a big place, but if there weren't many, you know. Yeah, you could build the Sentinels, or you could poison the food supply. Yeah, that's messed up. Tim asked a question earlier. Oh, never mind. Tim asked a cutscene earlier.
Huh? Uh-huh.
I'd like to think that, Trihexia, but I don't know.
Can't sleep?
And you?
I woke up randomly and couldn't fall back asleep. I'll go back to bed once I get tired again.
How's your shoulder?
Huh? My shoulder? Oh, you mean where Dohalim smacked me? It feels a little off, but... it's fine. I'll manage.
Doesn't look like it's gotten much better. I'll give you some more healing. That should do the trick.
Hey, yeah, you're right. That feels much better. Thanks, Xion.
I've been thinking about what happened, and I was out of line. I know it takes more than a couple of bullets to bring down a lord.
Forget about it. It's fine now. We all got out of there safe, and now you've healed me up too. We're going to take down all the lords. That was the promise we made, right?
Yeah, I guess. But there was one other thing I wanted to ask you. Back at the palace, Law said you took that hit because you were worried about me. What was it you were worried about?
That's... kinda hard to explain.
Just tell me.
Well, for one, if we lost you, I wouldn't be able to use the blazing sword anymore.
Obviously.
But more important than that, I guess I just couldn't let you die. Honestly, I think that's all there is to it.
There you go saying stuff like that again. You never learn, do you? But...
Anyway, it's necessary so we can fulfill our promise, right?
Right. Glad you remember that much.
You okay? Anyway, I think I'm gonna go to bed.
Sleep well. What am I doing?
But she's got something going on. No, not that. I mean, there's a reason.
I sent Kisara back to town under the cover of night.
You do realize that she was searching for you all this time, right?
I wonder why. She never could let things go, ever since we were kids. Maybe she was keeping an eye on you all because she thought you might cause trouble. I wouldn't be surprised.
Do we need to be worried about her? She could easily report us.
Even if we could have kept her here, it would have just raised more suspicion. Besides, I want to believe in her.
More leaps of faith, huh?
Once we make our move, I'll send Zare to come fetch you again. Until then, stay close and try not to wander off too far.
Guess we're waiting on word from Miguel for the time being.
Let's go out somewhere then. Twiddling my thumbs isn't my style.
I'm going with you if you are. If I let you people go unsupervised, you'd probably wind up too far out for Miguel's news to reach.
Oh, come on. We're not children.
How about you make like the rest of the city and play nice for once?
I know he said it's necessary, but are we sure Miguel's plan is a good idea?
I mean, just because we came expecting a fight doesn't mean we have to have one.
If Miguel is right about Dohalim, we may have no reason to fight. Dohalim may have found a way to build a future where Dahnans and Renans can live alongside each other in peace.
Yeah, I guess that may be true, but I'm still not sure about this. I just can't bring myself to trust a Renan. I really don't understand what's going through Miguel's head. And as for him and Kisara...
He said they were siblings, right? But things seem kinda awkward between them. I was an only child, so I never had to deal with that kind of stuff.
Is their situation really that different from ours?
That's... I mean, I guess not, but...
The reality is that we don't know what's true and what isn't about Menancia yet. Until we know that for sure, let's not pass judgment one way or another, okay?
Yeah, okay. That's fair enough, I guess.
So let me ask you something, Rinwell. Hootle and Miguel's cat are both animals native to Dahna, right?
Right. And Zoogles definitely aren't.
Well, duh. Those things are too hideous to be from here. Not that owls are any better.
Hmm?
Ah! Ow! Ow! I take it back! I love owls! Owls are the best! I swear!
Hootle's pretty cute, I'll admit. But I've also been rather partial to cats, too. What about you, Xion?
Huh? Who? Me? Well, I guess... I like them both. Nothing. I didn't say anything. Either way, the more I think about it, I've never heard of anyone keeping Zoogles as pets.
Is it because Renans only use them for practical purposes?
Yeah, that could be the reason. They were originally created to serve as beasts of burden, so to speak.
Hey, can you guys quit standing around and get him to leave me alone? I'm begging you!
Listen, owls suck, okay? Unless they're hunting down rats, in which case they're awesome. Which is funny, because cats go after rats, too. So Tim asked a question. He said, most pathetic final boss I've ever faced in story and in gameplay. I've been thinking about that. I'm not going to say who it is, but the final boss of the FF14 Endwalker expansion. That is to say, the main 6.0 arc, or whatever it is. I'm going to go with that as the most pathetic final boss, story-wise. I was astonishingly de-engaged in the entire fight, and kept thinking, why is this Yahoo the last boss? Gameplay-wise, that's a little trickier.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
I mean, now's a good time for it, assuming I can warp. I also need to go here while we're at it. You got it, DJT. Let me... Hey, buddy!
Do you sense one of your friends, Hootle? Look! It's all the owls we found. I guess this was their way of thanking us for finding them.
It looks like they're grouping up by color. Is that a thing?
Actually, the color of Dan and Owl's feathers is based on their maturity and their astral energy element. So maybe they stick to certain groups even if they all belong to the same kingdom.
Then I guess that means we can tell just how many owls we found in each domain.
They seem to be saying something.
Maybe they're thanking us for finding their buddies. Then again, maybe they're telling us that we have more owls to find.
I think the Queen is protesting that they shouldn't put undue pressure on us.
Maybe he's arguing back that we're the only ones they can actually turn to?
Right. Which is why the Queen is worried about sowing any ill will with us.
We'll do our best, so don't worry, I think.
Can you understand them?
Of course not. I'm just inferring. For some reason, when I hear them talk, that's just what I imagine them saying.
Oh, well, I think you're pretty close to the mark at least.
Well, don't worry about it. We're not breaking our backs over this.
We will find all of them.
I think that was a thank you.
Seems like it, from both of them.
Hootle seems happy with this. Isn't that nice, Rinwell?
Huh? Oh, yeah, absolutely.
What am I missing from the first zone? That kind of is bothering me. No. Whatever. Let's hit the ranch really quick.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Oh, speaking from a designer's perspective, I guarantee you with total certainty that those cutscenes are much easier to execute than a full 3D cutscene. There's actually two types of full 3D cutscenes in this game. There's the ones that are full 3D, and then there's the BioWare ones where it's like talk, 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 talk. That's the easiest type of cutscene to do by far. It's one of the reasons BioWare uses it so much. Yay, they're all, okay. Let's go all cows all the time. Red meat! Definitely not inspired by my current mentality. God, I wish I could eat a burger or something right now. Ugh. Anyways.
I think I'll try to make that new recipe with this.
All right, but I'll decide how spicy it is.
Delicious. Listen, you can't access the ranch from the merchant. Don't be ridiculous. Now, excuse me. Find a merchant here. For no reason.
We've reached our destination.
You know, ironically, I haven't decided Blade Travel, although I've done that on purpose. I want to just have the choice, you know what I mean? I know this is going to sound pathetic, but one of the things that really tends to get to me in terms of depression is not having choice. You know, being restricted on what I can eat. So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to decide. See, I would eat plant meat, but I'd rather die. So, instead, I will eat cows. Delicious cows. Just run one by the table. I'll just give me a fork and just run one by. I'll just get a hunk off of it as it's going. Oh my god, you can manage the ranch from the vendor! Why didn't anybody tell me about this? Ah, well. I just lick the cow as it's going by. Ironically, I'm actually a big vegetable and fruit fan as well. As I like to say, I am an omnivore. But I need meat. The last week has actually been legitimately painful for me. And not just because the whole, horrific amounts of pain thing.
I think there's someone in trouble here.
Well?
Hey!
What's wrong?
Why is this happening?
Huh?
Damn it.
I guess.
Interesting. Zeugles have been attacking their farming equipment and rusting it.
Got it.
What the?
By infusing it with Earth astral energy. Or sapping it of Earth astral energy, depending.
Yeah.
They didn't clarify. So we gotta go kill some Zeugle. Kill 5 boars.
Do Zeugles just go after anything that looks remotely like farm equipment?
Beats me. Let's just focus on ensuring they don't make matters any worse.
By the way, why do you keep looking over yourself?
Huh? Oh, no reason. Don't worry about it.
Listen, photosynthesis is neat and all, but I'm still gonna eat meat. They're like, even if I have to eat people, it's the only way. So remind me for a second here, Mr. Red. I'm sorry. I'm keeping track of a lot of things today. Why did the Confederacy lose access to the planet again? Like, I know you said an idea, and you're like, I like this idea. And I don't remember what that idea is right now.
It's over.
The White Glove Society is the distinguished gentleman's choice. Maybe I'll choose that for my meal.
As soon as I'm done here,
How could a girl ever say no?
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
this could be useful. Is that the Zeugle we're looking for?
Is it? I don't know.
Hi, Hootle!
You're mine! You're finished! Dragon Form!
These little ones are hardly worth our time.
Less talking, more pummeling.
Cut them apart to your heart's content.
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done. With this, I can become even stronger.
Should? I'm gonna go with no, Tim.
All we have to do is get rid of that thing, right?
An opponent like this should be easy.
I'm surrounded!
I don't know, Brayden, what do you think? What do you think elves taste like?
More for the stockpile!
We've turned the table.
Well, to be perfectly blunt, it's because I imagine elf meat tastes pretty much the same as human meat. I doubt there's many differences to it.
An astral art?
That's my cue!
Dragon Form! Lightning!
Shut him down.
Mirage! You're mine!
Yeah, it'd probably be stringy. Either that or gamey.
This is barely target
Both of which
practice.
are just... eh.
Then why bother fighting them?
Because I certainly won't run away from a battle.
There's the Zeugle we were asked to handle.
As you're eating, you're like...
Raging Cascade! There!
Have you ever had elk?
Air thrust!
That's the last of the Zeugles that were ruining the farm equipment.
Yeah. Thank goodness.
I mean, hey, I get the feeling. But were you really that worried about us winning?
Oh, no. Of course not.
Huh?
Together, that wasn't even a problem.
Agreed, Canada Banks. So, I'm sure you've played WoW, Tim. You referenced it earlier. There's a quest in Winterspring post-Cataclysm where they're like, hey, come help us find different meat and try it out. And one of the Worgen there specifically asks you to go after this big, ancient, magically enchanted bear who tastes like, what is it, pine cones?
Hungry.
Funny. I could have sworn that was your stomach making all the racket.
Pine cones that have been soaked in pine needles and urine, I believe was this. Or no, curdled milk and urine. And that's always kind of stuck with me because I kind of wonder if, like, magic literally just tastes wrong.
Okay!
Yeah.
You did it! Yeah!
All right.
Well...
Remember what that farmer said about Zoogl's making metal rust? I was afraid that would happen to my armor and sword. He's got a bunch of metal on too, so yeah. Oh, beef is the best. I admit I've grown more fond of pork as I get older, ironically. But I'm also pickier with pork. There are certain cuts and styles of pig meat that I just don't enjoy at all, and I'll only eat if I have no other choice. And I rarely have no other choice nowadays. Ah, that could be, too, because, I mean, mundane food tastes differently to people depending on their chemistry, so it's entirely possible that their magical affinity would change the flavor as well. What's funny is WoW actually has a lot of cooking, but I agree it should have had even more. Frankly, I think the entire story arc in the entire sequence in Pandaria, where you follow the master ways of cooking, was like a good first dipping the toe into what should have been an entire cooking like subdivision of content, and they never really went back to that, which is a damn shame because that was awesome. No, we are actually at the cutoff point now. I was just doing a little cleanup first. So I'm gonna head over here. Hit the right button, that's what I'm gonna do. And I'm gonna update the HUD, because I've been jotting down some notes during cutscenes. It's really great having a game where there's...
You finally made it.
...dialogue playing. So I can take time to go and get paperwork done as the game's playing, instead of having to effectively pause the game to do that kind of thing. It's nice. I know, streamer problems, am I right? I mean, that's actually a complicated topic, Tim. And that's my answer to that. So that's where our score is at right now. As you can see, I'm rather enjoying the gameplay. The story is not bad, although this latest arc has definitely been improving my overall mood. For those of you not aware, in about 15 to 30 minutes, we will be streaming again, because this is a Thursday. This is a Thursday, right? Yes, okay, so that's why we're cutting off early. So you can see me either here, over on Guido's channel. We just managed to barely, and I do mean barely, escape the Dark Lake, which would have been a TPK. And we right now have a literal demon army chasing us. It's like an hour behind us. And we just got slowed down. So I'll see you there.